Hello, and welcome back to Sakuramoyu, and let's get started with today's read-through. I opened my eyes. I met my morning with continuous sounds of many clocks in the room. Oh, I yawned and say that. However, no one is there to respond. I am alone in the room. But thinking that it would probably reach someone's ears, I say a small Ohio once again. Then I stretch and crawled out of my bed. I slept well. It's a refreshing morning. I think I slept so well that I don't even remember what dreams I had. On the top of that, there's no school today. I also have plans for this holiday. Oh, by the way, it's holiday in real life here. And it's 9 a.m. Amazing. The rendezvous is 10:30. I quickly change and go to the first floor. On sliding the door sideways, a pleasant smell enshrouding the living room tickles the tip of my nose.
おはよう、タイガ。今日は日曜日なのに早起きなんだな。
I heard Asahi-san's voice from the kitchen.
ちょうどよかった。今からトウヤに起こしに行ってもらおうかと考えていたんだ。
It's a fine sound of a knife hitting the cutting board. The irritation in my empty stomach is likely due to the sound of miso soup boiling.
今朝は目玉焼きだぞ、タイガ。簡単で悪いけど。タイガは卵何個がいい？
One or two? How many? She asked. One, I think. My modesty was about to say that now, but I like two of them. I tried requesting like that, somewhat shamelessly. What's wrong with asking two? Saying that, Asai-san replied, "Yep, okay, got it," with a lively voice.
男の子だもんな。朝も昼も夜だってたくさん食べなきゃだ。
Hearing a cheery voice, I feel slightly relieved.
ねえ、タイガ。
Ohayo, Toya. What is it?
お皿並べるの、タイガも手伝ってくれる？
Yep, of course. Standing on tiptoes, Toya took out 3 rice bowls from the cupboard and handed them over to me. Then I served cooked rice from the filled rice cooker with a wooden spoon, lined them up on the round wooden table.
お、二人ともお手伝いありがとう。お姉ちゃんはとっても助かるな。
Asai-san came from the kitchen. The tray she held had today's completed breakfast dishes. Asai-san got down on her knees in front of the table and lined the dishes. This morning's menu: warm, freshly boiled rice, as well as hot miso soup. Medabayaki on top of crispy bacon. Man, I might have that later for lunch though. Lettuce cut to easily eaten. Thinly cut daikon. And a vegetable salad dressed with tomatoes. The dressing was made by Asai-san using green perilla. It also had a minced spring onion and a pack of natto. There's also cucumber pickle. From my perspective, the menu is more than enough. I might end up overeating right in the morning. That's what I'm thinking. Asaya tilted her head in an apologetic way.
ごめんな二人とも。今朝はちょっと手抜きだな。仕方がない。あまり味が濃いのに慣れてほしくはないんだけれど、ふりかけを使うことを許可しようか。
Toya hurrays, jumping about. Then she runs towards the cupboard, takes out a long, rectangular aluminum can, and returns. Toya happily opens the lid of the can. On opening, there are all kinds of seasonings separated into small bags. There were of many flavors and manufacturers.
私はね、何にしよっかな。
I hate I start this game thinking about like fucking breakfast. I'm a little hungry right now, but like I tend to skip breakfast because I quote unquote intermittent fast. I might add some furikake to my rice later. It's been a while since I added some. Anyway, random. Waving her head happily, she gazed at the colorful seasoning.
のりたまにする。今朝の私はそんな気分だよ。
She carefully took the small yellow bag in her hand.
ねえねえ知ってる？タイガ。
Yeah, what?
のりたまにはね、こしあんが入ってるんだよ。
Huh? Really? The one they use in sweets?
お菓子に使ってるのとは違うやつだよ。甘くないあんこを使ってるんだって。そうなんだよ。
Fun. She becomes proud. Hey, great, right? I'm amazing, and I know a lot, right? Her face looked as if she wanted to be praised.
だからね、ご飯食べてるのにお菓子食べてるみたいな気がしてね。のりたまって大好きなんだ。
I see. I can somewhat understand what you mean by that. Rice season is for the rice. Furikake is for rice. But it also feels like you're eating sweets, right? You're great. I pat her small head. As I did, Toya happily smiled. The fact that her cat ears didn't pop out, even though she was happy, must be a sign of growth. I sometimes think about that.
タイガはどれにする？何でも好きなの選んじゃってもいいんだよ。
Toya passed the can to me. Let's see. I don't really want seasoning, but since it came to this, I decided to choose yukari. I passed the can to Asai-san. However, Asai-san didn't pick anything, but instead...
よし、覚悟はいいかな？かわいい妹くん。運命のじゃんけんタイムだぞ。
She sneered at Toya.
いいよ。負けないよ。今日こそいっぱい振りかけちゃうよ、お姉ちゃん。
They started off the battle of Chang. Toya loves furikake, and she uses too much if we leave her alone. That's why we decide one... what? We decide a good amount to sprinkle? Wait, what? We decide a good amount to sprinkle with the best of 3 batch of Janken-poi.
今日も1回しか勝てなかったよ。お姉ちゃん、じゃんけん強すぎなんだもん。魔法でズルしてるみたい。
Grumbling, Toya sprinkled noritama on her rice twice. Even if she loses all 3, she can sprinkle once. 1 sprinkle for each win. That's the rule.
トーヤは最初にグーしか出さないんだ。次はチョキだな。そしてその次はもちろんパーだ。秘密の魔法だ。覚えておくといいぞ。
Asai-san whispers to me.
なーに？
What are you talking about, me? Toya tilts her head. It's nothing. I say it with a bitter smile, then pick my chopsticks. We put our hands together and say itadakimasu. Rub-a-dub-a-dub-dub. I have 2 medabayaki. Asai-san and Toya have 1 each.
鶏を飼ってるお隣さんから産みたてをもらってきたんだ。しかもウコッケイだぞ。きっと美味しい卵だ。
Medabayaki using fresh eggs. I poke the yolk with my chopsticks. As I do, it melts. The half-cooked yolk spills out. It looks delicious, truly and exquisitely medabayaki. Gomen ne, Soya. Can you pass me the shoyu? Huh? Seeing Doya be in a daze, I also tilt my head blankly. We ran out of shoyu. Doshio. Should I buy it from the shop nearby?
ううん。
Doya shakes her head.
タイガ、
Yeah? Yeah? What is it?
まさかタイガはお醤油なの？
What's
目玉
your
焼きにお醤油？
What's your problem, Doya? What's your problem? They're perfect together. What are you, what the hell? Huh? Yeah, I is something wrong about that?
変だよ。とっても。
She was glaring. Doya was chewing on the salad with a pout. Then Doya, what else would you put on medabayaki?
ソース以外で食べちゃったら卵がかわいそうだよ、タイガ。
When does I don't know, man, Doya. I don't know. Huh? Sauce.
本当はひよこになるはずだった卵なのに、いい具合のトロトロに焼き上げられちゃって。
Doya, no, it's not fertilized. It's not gonna turn into a chick. It becomes it's basically a chicken menstrual thing. I don't know what else to say if it's not fertilized.
その上お醤油まみれにされちゃうだなんて。ねえ、タイガはひよこになれなかった卵の気持ちを考えたことがあるの？
There was once a famous line. Do you think about the breadcrumbs when you eat bread? Or some shit like that. What are you even saying?
なんだっけ、お姉ちゃん。
ウスターソースかな。
I haven't tried Worcestershire sauce and eggs.
それ、ウスターソース。目玉焼きにはウスターソースだよ、タイガ。
Yeah. Zettai no yeah. Unable to control myself, I opened my eyes wide. What do you mean Worcestershire sauce? This little girl keeps saying stupid things and then... Baka no koto. Worcestershire sauce, you say? You know what? I'm gonna try that later. You know what? I haven't tried Worcestershire sauce and eggs, just out of curiosity. Anyway, Gomen, what's that?
タイガ、ウスターソース知らないの？
Todekaku, when did you become such a Western person, Toya? Reading horizontal text and all. Where did your Japanese heart go? I'm sad as your Ni-chan.
違うもん。人じゃないもん。猫だもん。
Her cat ears pop out. She might not be happy, but they still popped out. Seems that she couldn't hold them in this time. She was combining her ears with her hands, grooming herself. Hey, I swear! Dumb Neko. I cuff. Then it turned towards Asai-san to ask for her agreement. Asai-san sprinkled salt and pepper on her medabayaki with a very natural face. Are you kidding me?
私は塩コショウ派だ。
She said as if to clarify.
ひよこさんになれなかった美味しい卵に敬意と感謝の気持ちを込めて、お塩と胡椒のみという極めてシンプルな味付けなんだ。そんな風にして卵のそのままの味をちゃんとしっかり味わってあげないといけない。お姉ちゃんはそう思うな。
You people don't understand anything, really. Or rather, even though we've been together for this long, I learned the preferences about taste for the first time. I feel that our days of living together is a series of new discoveries, thinking about all kinds of irrelevant things. I reached for the shoyu bottle. The bottle was perfectly in the center of the table. You know, Asai-san and Toya, it's not as if I want to bring up this cliche topic about putting shoyu or Worcestershire sauce with salt and pepper. It's totally foolish to say that, even if we're sitting in a circle. Although I do feel some sense of inferiority to assert that. Putting that aside, I just want to advocate that the item that allows you to enjoy medamayaki, or rather make medamayaki on breakfast table even tastier, is shoyu.
何か始まっちゃったよお姉ちゃん。
ああ、うん。なんだかめんどっちいスイッチが入っちゃったみたいだな。
You put a good amount of shoyu on the egg like this, and then after eating the whites and the side dishes, I mix the yolk melting on my plate, and the soy sauce I drop from the end of my chopsticks. Then you put this on top of warm rice, and then you gulp it down. It's really delicious. You should definitely try it.
それただの卵かけご飯だよタイガー。
No, chigao. The malting yolk and the slightly hardened part, along with shoyu, doesn't mix well. Not as mixed as egg-top rice. Its taste is unbearable. The flavor of burnt rice from that cooked in a rice cooker is sometimes mixed in, and that odd taste is irresistible. I desperately asked them to try it, but
いや汚い。
食べ物で遊ぶなよな、タイガー。お姉ちゃんは悲しいぞ。
they really didn't like that. You can't hate it if you haven't tasted it. I bet everyone must have been a shoyu person at one point. Not just me. Probably not. Probably no. Definitely.
ごめんねひよこさん。
Huh?
タイガが悪い子でごめんなさい。怒ってあげないでね。
I don't really care. I'll follow the path I believe in.
まあ食べず嫌いという点においては私もちょっと賛成かな。
Saying that, Asai-san picked cucumber nukazuke. With a crunchy, delicious sound, Asai-san was biting on it, along with her white rice. It's the cucumber Asai-san pickles in the kitchen, homemade sukemono. You can pickle by yourself, and that too at home. I was very surprised when I saw it for the first time, for someone ignorant of things, and now I know that it is something very good. Asai-san has high mama power in everything. She can make anything delicious by herself. I also take one slice. Yep, it's delicious as I thought. It's skillfully pickled. It has an exquisite flavor, different from the ones from shops. I wouldn't even mind having the same in a high-class ryote or something. I haven't ever been to such a restaurant though. We might be able to have food at such a place if we ever go on a trip. I think about that, but Toya was looking away in a huff, trying to say, I don't know anything. It seems that Toya wasn't good with nukazuke.
だって匂いがするんだもん。ぬかの匂い苦手なの。お花の奥がねツンとするんだよ。
まったくひどいだろうタイガー。一度も食べてくれていないのに匂いだけで苦手だって決めつけてるんだ。私は悲しんでもいいよなきっと。
Asai-san gives a bitter
だ
smile.
からタイガが来てくれてよかった。ぬか漬けも美味しそうに食べてくれるからちょっととっても嬉しいよ。
Asai-san is grinning.
でもさっきの目玉焼きの食べ方だけは許してあげられそうにないけどな。
I need someone who can understand me. Someone who can, like, get along with me. That's what I thought.
ほらこれ約束していたお弁当だぞ。
After the breakfast, asagohan. Thanks for the gochiso-sama deshita. Oishii desu, I said. With my hands still pressed, Asai-san presented a lunchbox with a bento covered in blue cloth. Thank you. I appreciate it. I take it. For some reason, it was a very big and heavy bento. But first, I apologized. Sorry for asking you to make it out of the blue. However, Asai-san returned with a smile and said, "This is nothing."
このお弁当に力入れすぎちゃってさ。だから今朝は目玉焼きになっちゃったんだ。お弁当ちょっとでも楽しみにしてくれたら嬉しいかなって思うぞ。
What about the menu?
もちろん秘密だ。お昼の時間を楽しみにしててほしいかな。
Asai-san says while grinning.
いいか？お昼まで中を見ちゃダメだぞ。絶対だぞ。
It sounds scary, like some pretense to something. Okay, I get it. I reply with a bitter smile and put the bento in my bag.
今日はみんなと春や日和や千和たちと一緒に外でお昼を食べるんだよな。
Hi, that's the plan. I nod. Then I look at the time. The clock hung in the living room has the same time as that outside, 9:50 a.m. In real life, it's 9:42 a.m. Holy shit, we're so close to that. Anyway, our plan is scheduled for 10 a.m. I should go out now. We're bringing our bentos together to eat somewhere in town.
町のどこかで？
Hi, somewhere in town. We haven't decided where though.
ピクニックに行くの？それともお花見？
Well, something like that. We already saw the flowers yesterday though.
昨日の春ちゃん、とっても嬉しそうだったね。
ああ、あの様子なら安心だ。
Toya and Asai-san nod at each other. Wait, what? Were they talking about? You mean... I thought that was just like them imagining like the scene where Haru meets with everyone. So that was real? Well, let's continue for now.
私たちは写真を見せてもらっただけだけど、確かに嬉しそうだった。ずっとあんな風に笑顔でいてくれたら私たちは安心だよな。
They're talking about yesterday, the day Haru transferred and made her appearance in front of everyone. Okay, so the previous scene was him falling asleep, and then you skip to 2 days later, trying to make you think it was yesterday. So right now, all they're doing right now is just like, you know, it's 2 days later, and you thought it was yesterday, and now they're gonna talk about like an event that happened yesterday. Okay, that's okay. Okay, I already read this. This is about the end of the day, when the event of Hiragi Haru's transfer ended successfully with no problems. Mondai nashi. I pulled Haru's hand, who couldn't hide her attention, up the stairs to the jinja. Everyone had gathered in the grounds, and then...
春が来た。
Wait, were they talking about some pictures or something like that? Why is Toya and Asai-san there? I'm a little confused. Said Hiori nonchalantly. And then the wind blew. Many flowers fluttered as if under magic. Haru says, Tadaima. Followed by everyone's smile with Okairi. Almost everything went as imagined. Sumari in my bed. No, during the time of Maho. Most of what I imagined in the Yoru was granted. We can't meet the kids who can't enter the Yoru no Kuni anymore. If you ignore the fact that Asai-san and Toya living under this rule of night weren't there. And also Kuro. If you ignore the fact that even she didn't show up. The Maho that we use is unparalleled Sozoruku. That day made me think that I could believe in Maho once again.
いいなお弁当。タイガばっかりずるいな。
トウヤのお弁当も作っておいたよ。
本
ああ、本当だよ。タイガのお弁当と同じぐらい頑張って作ったんだぞ。トウヤも今日はお友達と一緒に遊ぶんだったよな。
やった。ありがとう、お姉ちゃん。
Toya jumps onto Asai-san to cling to her. She was rubbing her cheeks against her One-chan's chest and stomach with joy. So lucky. Me too. Can I do it as well, expressing my joy in her chest? Suppressing those thoughts and urges, I thought. Huh? Toya? You had friends? Otomodachi? I didn't want to scoff at her. It's because she herself said it before that her days are boring. Because she had no friends. She has no friends. Which is why she feels entangled.
最近またお友達できたんだよ。大河にも負けないくらいの仲良しなお友達。
I see. Again, huh? That's great. I'm jealous. Even while replying that to Toya. The two cannot meet children who can't enter the Yoro no Kuni anymore. I couldn't help but think about that rule. The meetup spot is Chiwa's Kiseten. Wheat and Sunday. Clear weather, a pleasant spring breeze brushes across the town. A fine day. Haru, Chiwa, Hiori, and Tomohito. It's a holiday where we Osana and Jimmy decide to gather and spend our time together after a long time. With Asai-san seeing us off, Toya and I left our house. I leave Toya at the neighboring park where she said her friends are waiting. Be careful of cars when playing. Don't get hurt, okay? I remind her at the entrance of the park. Listen, Toya, don't be reckless. It hurts when you're injured. Blood spills out and you might get a bruise. Also,
もうちゃんとわかってるよ。大河うるさい。
Toya pouts. You're really so annoying, she says. Even then, I'm not discouraged. If you love your children, send them out into the world, they say. But that's a lie. A huge lie. If you love your children, then you should be so overprotected that you should immobilize them. Why? That's because by doing that,
今朝の大河嫌い。子供扱いばっかりして大嫌いだよ。私の方が大河よりずっと長生きなのに。
gradually their small rebelliousness naturally grows into independent feelings and such. Being loved so much, they naturally leave off on their own from an uncomfortable place, even if you don't force them. Thus, I continue further. Before I leave, there's one more thing, Toya.
まだ何かあるの？お友達待ってるのに。
She was hopping lightly, showing her irritation. Yeah, sorry. Listen carefully, Toya.
うん。聞いてる。さっきからちゃんと聞いてるよ。
Yeah, you're right. You'll be fine. I believe that you'll be okay, but I just want you to hear this.
うん。何？
Okay, Toya, listen here now. Matching her level of eyesight, I say. It's okay to be a tomboy. I wouldn't mind if you get injured from time to time either. That's certainly a sign of healthiness after all. No, in all honesty, I don't want you to feel pain, but I'll think of it as something inevitable. But you know, I make a serious expression. But Toya, no matter how nice they seem, make sure to never follow strangers. No, never follow weird old men, okay? It seems dangerous to leave Toya alone somehow. I had that impression. She's also this cute. She'll definitely get eyed on by some weird person, I can tell. That's why my worries are endless. Even if they say I have sweets, or I'll give you candy, or I'll buy you anything you like, you absolutely can't, okay? That's how worried I am, I say to Toya earnestly.
どうして？
Huh? どうして? I get baffled by Toya's response. Despite all my nagging, I was even careful enough to think that unnecessary worry would get her angry. I already know that, Taiga. You're really annoying.
それってどうしてダメなの？
Oh, something's wrong. Don't tell me, Toya. Yeah, Toya-san? Don't tell me that. You have followed some weird old guy before. You wouldn't, right? What do you mean? What? She turned away. Oi! No, hey, Toya-chan.
変なおじさんと変じゃないおじさんどう見分けたらいいの？
She muttered, still looking away from me. You know what? This is a valid question. I'm not a dad, so I don't even know how to answer this. Maybe I should think about these things. Yeah. Oh, well, I wonder how should I say it. I started pondering seriously for a while, but then Toya suddenly said,
おじさんってかわいそうだよね。
What the hell is this line? Jesus, man. Huh? Pity? Why?
だってさ、おじさんはただおじさんってだけで、この人変かもしれないぞ。念のため気をつけよう。近寄らないでおこうって。小さなことか、女の人だとかはあまりそういうこともないのに。
Toya sounded earnest. Oh? What happened, Toya? Are you okay, Toya? I continued to be baffled by the little kid saying weird things.
タイガだっていつかはおじさんになるんだよ。私はおばさんになれないけど、タイガはなるの、おじさんに。
Oh, I don't know. Can I become an old man? Oji-san? Would be great if I could. I say such things. What the hell does it? Is he thinking that he would never reach old age, meaning he dies a lot before he gets old? Oh. How can you think of such things, my guy? Oh man.
何言ってるの？なれるとかなれないとかじゃないんだよ。タイガはなるの。嫌でもなるの。おじさんに。人間はみんなそうなの。そういうものなの。だからタイがいつかおじさんになるタイガは今のうちからおじさんに優しくしておいた方がいいって私はこの賢い妹はね思うんだ。
Oh yeah, I get where you're coming from, but man, I guess a better way, instead of just randomly saying old Ben, maybe it's better to say strangers, old. I don't know, man. Someone you don't actually know, if they're not a kid, you know. I mean, it's fine to join kids that you don't know. I mean, that's they're learning to figure out, you know. But like strangers, like I don't know, man. I explain this shit to a good man. I have to think about these one of these days. I see. I'll think about it.
ええ、そうですとも。人間は誰でも成長するものだからね。
She shows her pride. But well, this little girl really is proud.
それにね、変じゃないおじさんだって飴玉くれるかもしれないよ。おいしい飴玉をたくさんいっぱい。
Huh? Yeah, that might be. For some reason, I thought about Tomohito. I mean, yeah, technically Tomohito counts. A strange dude who always gets milk-flavored candies from his pocket.
ねえねえタイガー、もういい？言っていい？お話終わり？
Toya has a very gloomy face.
車に気をつけて、変なおじさんにも気をつけて、怪我は少しくらいなら大丈夫。そんな具合で元気いっぱい遊ぶんだよね。
Wow, she really did listen. Yeah, you're right, just like that.
タイガも気をつけて遊ぶんだよ。
I'll take care. 気をつけます。
寂しそうなおじさんを見かけたら、タイガ優しくしてあげるんだよ。
Okay.
そしたらきっとタイガもおじさんになった時、誰かにちょっとだけ優しくされるよ。
Really?
そうですとも。
The cheeky little girl was proud again. We kept talking. Even if I say so myself, I say some incomprehensible things to Toya. Wave hands and part ways. It's 10:30 p.m. You know what? I actually, I'm sorry. Ever since they talked about breakfast, I'm too hungry now. No, I want to eat breakfast. I'll be right back. Maybe by actual 10:30 p.m. At 10:30. Wait, this should be 10:30 a.m., not p.m. What the fuck? I'll be back at around 10:30, 10:25 or some shit. It'll be fast. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back in real life. A little late. 10:34. Not bad, but like, you know. Anyway, let's continue. She was Kisuden. Wait. Oh, I forgot to switch to volume source. Give me a second. Okay. Audio's back. I reach it on time. Well, I didn't reach it in time. Or, well, I was supposed to.
もう遅いよタイガ。何してたの？まさかお寝坊さんなの？みんな待ちくたびれちゃってたんだよ。
Well, you know, I truly just self-inserted my MC just now. I was also late. Hiori was in a huff, with her face lying flat on the table. Yeah, Gomen. You people came early. Wait, what? Did I mistake the time for our plan? It was 10:30 a.m., right? Did I get it wrong? My clock might be out of order. I look at the clock put inside the cafe, the Kisuden. It's a big old grandfather clock, like the ones from an art museum. The time it displayed was...
いいえ、大丈夫ですよ先輩。約束は10時半です。そして今がちょうどその時間ですね。
That's why you don't have to worry, Chiwa says, with a bitter smile in her cafe uniform. I see, I'm glad. I'm not worried then.
他の人たちが早かったんです。約束よりも30分も早くです。驚きました。
Really? 30 minutes?
はい。開店前だったので、お店を開けるの手伝ってもらっちゃいましたけど。
Sounds like a them problem. I see. I squint.
先輩？
I wanted to be there as well. If we ever decide to gather again, then I'll make sure to come earlier. Yeah, I'll do that.
でもね、タイガ。聞いてよ、タイガ。
Yeah, what is it, Hio-chan?
私はタイガが遅いから、お腹が空きました。
Hiori is pouting, puffing her cheeks.
タイガが遅いとね、私のお腹はね、空っぽになっちゃうんだよ。知ってた？
Oh, really? I didn't know. Gomen ne, Hio-chan. Sorry for making your stomach empty.
いいの。でも、ね、アイス食べてもいいかしら？
She's looking with an upturned eyes, glancing and squirming. Ice?
クリーム？
Will that fill your stomach?
なるよ。
She's slightly blushing.
アイスクリーム、とっても大好き。超愛してる。
Oh, you love it, you say. Now I'm jealous.
私のお腹の中の食いしん坊な怪獣もね、とりあえずそれで許してやらんこともないって言ってるよ。
In that will say mankind, you're hopeless. I'll forgive only for today, okay?
ほい、本当？
For real?
はあ、タイが好き。
Huh? Honda? She nods deeply.
今日だけ大好き。
Just for today.
ことと次第によれば、明日も好きかも。
Nice. Depending on what I treat you?
チョコのがいいな。チラチラ。
Don't make it expensive, okay? I don't want to use my pocket money that I got from Asai-san this quickly.
まったくもう、奏先輩は夜月先輩にばかり甘いんですから。
Kiwa is pouting. Huh? Am I? Maybe.
そうですよ。甘々です。甘々。
Hina-chan, I'm not tasty at all. I'm not sweet either, you know. Well, there's one way to find out. So please, don't look at me with those eyes. Like someone looking at their prey. It's scary.
またそうやって夜月先輩にばっかり優しい。
Chiwa mutters, pouting.
私にはそんな風に優しくしてくれないのに、先輩はいつも私に意地悪ばっかりで。そっか、なるほど。チワは大河にいっぱい優しくされたいお年頃なんだね。
Chiwa had a surprised face there. Her cute little face was painted red.
違います。どうして私が先輩に優しくしてもらいたいとか、そんなこと思うんですか？
She closes her eyes shut and lets out a little scream.
え？違うの？
Says Tomohito.
違いますよ。
Says Chiwa.
嘘だ。
Says Hiori.
嘘じゃないもん。ないです。もう。
Says Chiwa. She's confused. Huh? I say. She's in a daze with a face and tone with which she would usually say, "Ah, this guy's Kimo."
タイガ、キモい。
Sure enough, she said it out.
身の毛がよだつぜ。
I'm despised. You both are cruel. While Chiwa is hiding half of her red face with a tray in her hand,
すごく優しくしてほしいんじゃなくて、ちょっとだけ優しくしてくれたらそれでいいのに、そう言いたいだけなのに。
she's muttering. She's getting redder with every moment.
これは儚ですね。
Hiori is grinning.
それ多分墓穴って読むやつだよ、ひよちゃん。
Tomohito is also grinning. I don't really get it, but I'll also start grinning. I'm also grinning.
先輩のバカ。
Chiwa closed her eyes shut and screamed a little.
もういいです。結局私がからかわれて終わるいつもの感じじゃないですか、これ。
She sighs a little.
アイスは私がおごりますよ、夜月先輩。え、そうなの？もういいのかしら。
I feel bad, Hiori says. It would be great if you show some, even a little bit of restraint when it comes to me.
いいんですよ、夜月先輩。お店を開けるのを手伝ってもらったお礼です。だから皆さんにもご馳走しますね、奏先輩以外の皆さんに。
What? Nothing for me?
当然です。なしです。
She becomes cold.
だって先輩は手伝ってくれたわけじゃないですし、ニヤニヤするし、私イラッとしたんです。だからなしです。
She stuck her little tongue out, and then she trotted to the kitchen. My little senpai, Kohai, is very cute this morning as well. Whether she is why did they say senpai? It should be Kohai. Whether she is angry or smiling, everything about her is cute, kawaii. I feel happy as her those like. Well, putting that aside, I was surprised to think that even Tomohito would come.
驚き？どうしてだ？
Hey, buddy. Hey, Shinyu. I wanted to know, that by that what chance did someone like you, who usually find these things, a bother to come here?
おお、俺はお前の言いたいことこそがよくわからないぞ、親友よ。
なあ、聞いて、Tomohito. 考える。Do you know, today is Sunday. I tried pestering him with a gloomy mood.
言われなくても知ってるさ。今日は日曜日、学校はお休みの日だ。あれが爆破されずあり続けることについては嫌がおうでも不満は残るが、しかしだ、とにかく一日限りの自由な時間なんだ。これを存分に堪能しないでいて、それで音楽の神に愛してもらおうなんて、そんなのは都合が良すぎる。そうだろ？
I have no idea what you mean by it. Well, I might understand just your spirit, the metal of enjoying our holiday.
だろ？音楽の神は今を楽しもうってやつにしか微笑んでくれないんだよ。
Yeah, you're right. I casually agree. Something might go terrible today. It might snow, or even rain spears. Saying those things, I sit at the table. A huge round table. Everyone is sitting around the table, which is at the center of the cafe. Kisaten, Hiori, Shiwa, Tomohito, and Haru. Hiragi Haru. Ohayo, Haru. Sorry to make you wait.
私も今さっき来たばかりだよ。おはよう、大河くん。昨日ぶりだね。
She was quiet during that whole interaction. Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, it makes sense she's acting a little shy, more than usual. And, you know, she's smiling. It's just a bit of her best face. She's probably so nervous about reuniting with everyone. I think she couldn't even get the right timing to join our idol talk. Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about. We're probably disrespectful to Haru for doing such suspicious things in front of her. So I take a longer sip than usual on my ordered coffee and think about today's plans. The reason we gathered today, it is to show Haru around Sanzen, which has somewhat changed since 10 years ago. Yesterday, while we were having Hanami, everyone thought about it somehow. Sure enough, they all just accepted it, thinking, that sounds great. 10 years ago. I can't help but think back to when we were young. With the lively little girl as our leader, we ran around this town. Both the town and we have changed quite a bit since then. But well, to start anew after we all meet together again. If we can pick up our memories scattered across this town together, one by one, then they will definitely become something more than just words, and we can share them. Gochizou-sama deshita. It was oishii. I finished my coffee and pressed my hands. Alright, how about time we leave? It's the start of our exciting and thrilling treasure hunt. Treasure hunt. Many rumors lie asleep in our town, Sanzen. In our childhood, we'll be thrilled and excited about every one of them, and we would search this town, running around to actually encounter the mystery. We used to call it something like a treasure hunt. Once again, just like the old days. While trying not to be inferior to ourselves from long ago, Shiwa, who changed from her uniform to her normal clothes, joined in. Well then, everyone, let's check our equipment. After all, it's a treasure hunt. Now lined up.
おお、何か始まったぞ。結構乗り気なんだな、タイガ。
もう、そういうのいいから、早く行きましょうよ、先輩。のんびりしてたら、お昼になっちゃいますよ。
Right, I forgot to say one thing. Nah, Chiwa.
はい？何ですか？
Yeah, you're cute in your usual clothes. Honto no kawaii. She jumps, flush, very red. The new cafe uniform would have been good too. But these clothes are also great. Very great. Since I want to be honest today, I won't be mean. You're cute. You're extremely cute, Chiwa. He's melting down, man. She bit her words, that too in a succession.
意味が全くわかりませんけど。
Was I not clear enough? I thought it was all clear. I intently look at Chiwa. You grew so cute. I'm very happy, Tosan. You're so beautiful that I could send you anywhere without embarrassment. Yep, I nod. Then I stare at her, gazing. This V is really good at acting nervous. She was glaring and pouting. She's squirming unpleasantly in response to my gaze. I mean, acting flustered rather.
ねえねえタイガー、私はどうなの？
Ooh, cute.
わほい、やったぜ。
She suddenly gave a thumbs up. Okay, well then, Hio-chan, let's start with you. Did you forget anything? We requested you to bring a shovel. Did you bring it?
来たよ。
Hiori presents the thing she pulls out of her pocket. Huh? Isn't that small, Hio-chan?
シャベルじゃなくてスコップだ。驚きだね。
It's yellow in color and small, like the ones used in kindergarten.
ダメ？
Nope, we can't. When the time comes, yeah, it would be difficult to dig with it.
昔々の思い出を探して回るんでしょ？はるちゃんに新しくなった街の部分を紹介して歩くついでに。だから持ち寄る道具も小さな頃に使っていたものの方がよかろうかと思いまして。
She had her head tilted. Yes, I guess it would be fine too. I said that. Also tilting my head. He's a little confused. Next to Chiwa. What did we ask Chiwa to bring?
コンパスですよ。もしかしたら山の中に入ることもあるかもしれないからって。
Bro, what? I thought it was around town. Well, I guess, yeah, when they were kids, they were playing in the mori or some shit. Yeah.
お父さんから借りました。結構高いものらしいですけど。
Chiwa pulled out a small box. It was as small as a ring box. Pressing the switch on the side, its gimmick unfolds. The box opened in an instant. The circular disc appears out from the inside. Oh, it clicked!
かっこいいなこれ。ゼンマイ？歯車？どうなってんのかなこれ。
He shouts in joy. Boys love these kinds of things, no matter how much time passes, whether they are a child or an adult. We have our fill of seeing it transform multiple times while making noise. Okay, next is Haru. After we played with it for a while, I turned towards Haru. We requested Haru's candies to fight hunger, right?
持ってきたよ。昨日コンビニでいっぱい買ってきたんだけど。
Haru put a plastic bag on the table. It is filled with bags of candies sold in packs.
こんな感じでよかったかな。美味しそうなの手当たり次第って感じなんだけど、買いすぎちゃったかも。
I think you should have bought more. Hiori's with us.
いやまあ確かに。飴玉は俺のポケットにもいっぱい入ってるけどさ。
So seriously, why does the Wahida have randomly asked a lot of candies in his pocket?
ダメだよ。ともちゃんのポッケの中の甘いのは私だけのおやつなんだもん。だから誰にも渡さないのだ。
Okay, so that's the thing I was talking about. We need more.
とまあ食いしん坊の怪獣がいるからね。多分俺の持ってる分だけじゃ追っつかないし、おやつはたくさんあっても困らないんじゃないかな。
You're right. If they remain, we can just split them and take them home. So, what about you, Tomohito?
どうとは？
We request Tomohito a map of the town.
ああ、そっかそっか。もちろん持ってきたさ。これでいいかな。
I tilt my head, seeing what Tomohito pulled out. It certainly has a chisa, but isn't this a gourmet map for tourists? Even if we use this.
ご飯の気配。
Get it? Look now. Our cute monster is gonna get out of control. If you open this, it won't be a treasure hunt anymore.
いやー、自分の街の地図なんてそんなのわざわざ持っておかないしな。 そもそもどこで手に入れるのかわからなかったし、だからこれを買ってきた。
What do you mean where? They usually sell it in bookstores. Probably. Right? Well, that said, everything that we requested would probably never be actually used. We decided to list and bring treasure hunt like equipment because starting with that looks sounded fun. Starting with that sounded fun. That's all. For the rest, we're fine as long as everyone has their own bentos. Bento. Well, that is the most important item. Hiori's was obvious. Everyone else nodded that they bought theirs.
水筒だってちゃんと持ってきているんだよ。中身はカルピス。ひよりちゃんは抜かりがないのだ。
Bro, they straight up said the name of an actual brand. Amazing. Are they sponsored by Calpis? Holy shit, man. Calpis is good. I know it sounds like Calpis. That's why they changed their name in the US. But like, regardless of where it is, it's a good sweet drink, man. Oh, that's great. Sasuga da na, Hio-chan. You're a capable girl. I pat Hiori's head, was looking proud. As I do, she shows even more pride in her face. Then everyone says we're all together. She pats and leads Chiwa's Kiseten off to the town. And that scene I suddenly remembered. 10 years ago. Let's go out on a treasure hunt. It was the first time Haru said that when we gathered after school. We all bought similar equipment, and similar said we're raw shipots, and headed out to town.
さあ、冒険の始まりだね。どんな噂話から継承してみようか。怖いのはちょっと嫌です。そうだね、賛成。まずはね、優しいのがいいかなって思うよ。
You know, there's not much difference from their voice 10 years ago and now.
怖くないもの、安全なものか。どんなものがあったかな。私たちの仲間を探しに行くんですよね。楽しみです。
仲間？
そうだよ、ともくん。この町には怖い怖い悪夢を刈り取る特別な少女たちがいる。
Oh, I guess the one he never, when he was good, he didn't wear the hair clip. Why is he wearing the hair clip nowadays, though?
そんな噂は本物だよね。
We're the ones in the rumor after all.
だからね、もしかしたら私たちみたいに本当な噂話もあるかもしれないし、そんな何かを探し出せたら噂話同士、都市伝説同士、そして不思議なもの同士、分かり合えるような何かがあるかもしれないし。そっか、だから仲間なんだね。もしかしたら一人ぼっちで寂しい思いをしてるかもしれない。私たち以外にあるかもしれない本物の不思議を探し出してあげるのもいいかもしれないね。さあ、10年ぶりの小さな大冒険の始まりだね。まずはどこに行ってみようか。
Haru, who is not Tokubetsu in the present, said that and turned us around.
昔々の私たちみたいにこの街にいっぱい散りばめられている噂を、秘密を、そして謎をみんなで一緒に解き明かしに出かけよう。
Right after leaving Chiwa's Kiseten, she was smiling, as if to blend into the scenery of the town, painted in sakura. Her appearance overlapped with her smile from back then. We simply searched for the traces that were scattered around town long ago to start anew as Osana Najimi. Yeah, he was right about like how I like that transition from her childhood self to her current self, and there really wasn't much difference. Then I hold my left hand up the yoru. A dangan and what's bullet? Oh wait, maybe bullet is dangan. I can't remember. Gun and bullet. I kanade taiga. Amaho shoujo sky. Seeing Hiragi Haru smile. I can't help but be reminded that again.
どうか私を魔法少女に戻してください。
I'll be right. Okay, I'm back. Will I be able to grant her and everyone's difficult Yume, or would I deprive of their Maho, sensing danger? Wait. Okay. Can't remember if there was sound or not in the scene. Is it that authority that resides in my left hand? There's only some time left. I wish for this day to become a cornerstone to grant the Yume and Kibo inside me. Now, where should we go first? Together with Haru, along with Chiwa, and walking with Hiori, messing around with Tomohito. Wait, is there really no sound effect in this BG? I know there's some sound. Oh, there really isn't sound. Let's search for our lost past and future. Oh, finally, we have some choices. Right. First question. I'll be right back. I'll look at the guide I have. Okay. So apparently there's only one choice in the entire game. No, not really. There's 1, 2, 3. They recommend to start with Hiori's route, so we're gonna start with Hiori's route, then Chiwa, then Haru's. Excuse me. All right. So we go to the shrine first. So we'll start with Hiori's route. Hiori's home, Urutsuki Jinja. Our destination was its grounds. We headed for a destined summit, climbing a staircase of several tens of continuous stone steps laboriously.
小さな頃はよくひよりちゃんの神社で遊んだよね。そのことはなんでだかよく覚えてるよ。
Hara said while climbing the stone steps, trying to control her heavy breathing. The shrine is halfway up the mountain. About halfway up the stone steps, we take a short break. We already climbed pretty high up. Looking back, the scenery of the town expanding looked tiny.
言われてみれば最近はあまりひよちゃんの神社には集まらなくなったな。昨日のお花見で集まったのすごく久しぶりだった。
そうだったんだ。どうして？
With Haru tilting her head at Tomohito's words, I reply, "It's not about doshite. This place is simply far away from school. Recently, I think we've been gathering at Chiwa's place more often."
そっか。やっぱり人も街もいろいろと変わっちゃうんだね。10年もあれば当然だよね。きっと。
Haru was keenly saying.
でも今も変わらずみんなで集まってるっていうのはなんだか少し嬉しい気がしたよ。
Then she said that embarrassingly. Ending our break, we continue the rest of the climb. There are many little torii forming lines, decorating the steep staircase. Ahead of that is a deliberately large red torii. Passing through it, the sakura fell, gently. Like a continuous rain of snowflakes, the spring flowers fluttered gently. The grounds that appear were flooded with sakura in full bloom. Also, this place is the same as the school. There was a time when this place used to be functioning as a small station, they say. Despite the fact that it's on the mountainside, it seems that the tram used to come up the hill road. Its remains are still left in the corner of the grounds. One car of an old mossy tram, which was abandoned with the railway, was left in the grounds. It's a quiet atmosphere, an atmosphere characteristic the Jinja and Buddhist temples, colors the surroundings. Together with the petals, a fragrant and vibrant moment continues to pass. It's not just the florists that come to see the flowers in the season. People living in this town bring their own bentos and set out as well.
相変わらずここはお花見の穴場ですね。昨日も私たちだけで他には誰も来ませんでしたし。
There weren't many people that came here to do hanami. They might feel some restraint because it's a jinja, or maybe it's because this place is simply not known well enough.
こんなに綺麗なのに、景色も素敵なのに。だからあまり人に知られたくないって気持ちはありますけど、でも誰にも知られていないっていうのは少しもったいない気もします。
まあしみじみするよりもまず宝探しだな。
Tomohito says.
実は俺、小さかった頃の俺たちがここによく集まっていたのは、謎だとか不思議だとか噂話だとか、そういったものを探しに来ていたんじゃないかって、そんな気がしてるんだ。
I wonder though. I thought in my head. Our past selves are certainly connected with our present selves. We are supposed to be the same people without a doubt. But I wonder why. Just by knowing that I have things that I can't remember anymore, no matter what, makes me feel uncomfortable as if I'm thinking about someone else.
10年も経てばいろいろと思い出せないことが多くて、なんだか寂しいような複雑な気持ちになっちゃうね。
We all scratch our heads. What kind of wonders and mysteries were here? With exactly what objective did we gather here for back then? Hiori, who lives here, would probably remember right away. With that in mind, I looked at Hiori, standing next to me.
そうだ。
Hiori said with her expression blooming.
見てもらいたいものがあったんでしたわ。
I forgot. I completely forgot, she says. Hio-chan, what is it? Did you lose something?
忘れていたの。うっかりでした。でも忘れ物はないの。
Huh? There is a question mark over my entire face. I'll tilt my head. Hiori gave a satisfied smile to my reaction. Then she said,
ちょっと待っていてくれないかしら。
Huh? Yeah, it's fine.
ありがとうございます。
She bowed sternly. I asked Hiori while she was turning around. Will it take time?
いえいえ、そのようなことは。
You'll be back right away.
終わりますとも。
Umu, then I'll allow you again. Go ahead. She nods profoundly. Then she trots back to her home. Tomohito was blinking his eyes, having witnessed that.
あれ、ひよちゃんどうしたんだ？お家に帰ったのか？
No, I don't know. She said that she forgot something. Probably.
お弁当をもう一つ持ってくるの忘れちゃったのかな？もう一つどころか二つ、三つとか。
She's a glutton, even though she's just a Hio. Yeah, that doesn't sound completely impossible. Although she did say that, it's not something she forgot. We waited for a while. We even thought about drawing a 10 yen fortune slip once. The fortune slips at the Urutsuki shrine are a bit special. With Haru joining us after a long time, amusing ourselves with that doesn't sound bad. While I was thinking about that, the entrance opened. It's the residence adjacent to the Jinja. the door that Hiori ran into. That was faster than I thought, thinking that. I looked towards there. Oh, my voice leaked involuntarily. That's because Hiori, who appeared from the door, had transformed.
ただいま戻りましたっす。
Oh. She's no longer Tokubetsu to be able to transform. It's just Miko clothes. Nice. We just entered into the Miko route, and we're finishing Yasugunasaurus Miko route.
うちの巫女服、この前新しくなったの。
I tilt my head.
本当はね、昨日のお花見の時に見てもらおうかなって思っていたの。でも、大河が持ってきたお弁当がね、あんまりにも美味しくて。
You forgot about it, right? Since you were so absorbed in eating.
そんな感じ。
She laughs limply, well embarrassed. However, her usual cheerful face suddenly turns dull. I wonder what happened. I tilt my head, but
その、どうかな。似合ってる、すかね。
he said, mumbling. And then, in order to show her back as well, she tries to turn around. I hold Hiori in a panic. She has a tray in her hands. It has enough teacups for everyone, along with the teapot. Kyotsukete, kyotsukete, it would be terrible if you drop it.
うっかりでした。
I blink my eyes.
みんなに出す予定のお茶が台無しになっちゃうところでしたね。
No, that's not it. What I mean is, it would be bad if you get burned.
ああ、それはどうも。
Yeah? I was wondering about it since a while ago. Are you joining some sports club, Hio-chan? Something like exercising hard to make food even tastier?
ちゃうねん。
Huh? Shonen.
ちょっちばかり緊張しててん。
Oh, what you so nervous for?
なんだよそれタイガ。喋り方映ってるのかどうか微妙だな。
Tomohito makes a bitter smile. However, Hiori was fidgeting. That's very unusual.
だってね。
Hiori says, tilting her head. Yeah, what? I answer, so also tilting my head.
タイガはさ、時々とっても意地悪になるからね。
What? Really?
そうだよ。だからね、私はね、ひよりちゃんはね、緊張してしまっているのです。
Oh?
この前にチワのことはひそひそ褒めてたけれど、
Hiwa?
だけど私のことはどうかな、褒めてくれるのかな。着替えてる時にふっと思っちゃって。するとね、あらまあ不思議、大変だ。
She sneers.
ひよりちゃんはドキドキしちゃって、むにょむにょしちゃって、緊張しちゃってね、大変になっちゃってるみたいなのでごぜまして。
She was wiggling her little body. I see. Sumari, you wanted to show us your renewed Miko clothes, right? Just like how Chiwa showed her new ones.
そうっす。
However, being surprisingly nervous and shy, you suddenly became worried, right? About what to do if you were told that they suit you.
うっす。
She nods deeply. Then she took glances at me. She's fidgeting even more. Seeing her, I opened my eyes wide. She's aggressive, but cute as well. Somehow, it also made me feel warm. Don't worry, Hio-chan. It suits you. It really suits you. And you look cute as well. I tried patting Hiori's head. I kinda thought that she wouldn't like it. Thinking that, well, it's fine. I continued rubbing her head with greater force, but even then, she didn't resist. Rather, she stared at me in wonder while I continued to pat her.
ほんと似合ってる？
Yeah, really.
かわいいの？
Of course. Right? I asked. Damn it, I was about to sneeze. Right. I asked Tomohito for agreement.
ああ、嘘じゃない。似合ってるし可愛いし、ランクアップだな。すごいぞ、ひよちゃん。
アップ？何がアップした？
What? I was about to say something.
魔性の女から神秘的な女に。
はあ、それはすっごいね。
What's this? Is there like a function to... Her eyes were sparkling.
毎日すくすく成長中だ。
Yay! Yorotsuki Hiori has earned the title of Mystical Girl, she said with a fancy pose. However, her face is slightly red. She felt glad on being praised, but she's trying to hide her embarrassment now, it seems. Oh, yeah. Hio-chan, you're really, really cute, I said, smiling wide. And then I feel two gazes on my back.
何あれ大河くん、今日一番の笑顔だよ。私この町に帰ってきてから初めて見たよ。大河くんのあんないっぱいの笑顔。千葉ちゃん、公然ひいき行為が当たり前みたいに展開されちゃってるよ。いつも白昼堂々あんな感じなんですよ。かなで先輩は夜月先輩にばっかり甘々なんです。
The two were whispering to each other.
昔っからあんな感じだったっけ？大河くんひよりちゃんにだけ甘かったっけ？ちょっと思い出せないんだけど。どうでしょう。私も正直なところあまり思い出せないですけれど、昔は昔だけど今は今だけれど、あんなにもずるっこなことが堂々と許されちゃっててもいいのかな。ええ、そうです。問題です。大問題です。だからこちらも何か作戦を考えておかなきゃいけませんよね。
What are you guys whispering? I can hear it all though.
今ので何か思い出したかもしれない。
Suddenly, Tomohito raised his voice. Huh? You remembered?
もしかして噂話のこと？昔々の私たちがここで探していた？
ああ、そうだよ。
Tomohito nods deeply.
俺たちさ、昔もここで今と同じような会話をしたような気がするんだよ。
ねえねえ、ひよちゃん、この神社でおみくじ買うと神様にお願い聞いてもらえるって本当なのかな？
Wait, something strange just happened. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ, the timer. Really quick. Okay, I'm back.
そう言われていますね。子供の間でも大人の間でも。それってあれだよね。三千丁の七不思議の一つだ。
Man, she was visibly small compared to the other two.
そうそう、確かこの神社で売られてる特別なおみくじを買うと
夢の中でこの町の守り神に会うことができて。
その神様と夢の中で仲良くなれたら、お願い事を叶えてもらえる。そんな噂でしたっけ？
Oh, so it seems like this is how they meet up with Nana-chan in the Yoru.
そうだよ。そんな噂で、そんな七不思議の一つだったんだよ。その噂は私たちが検証してみる必要ありかもしれないね。はるちゃん、多分ね、その神様のこと私たち多分知ってるよね。そうか。そうだよね。だってその神様ってきっと。
We were giggling in a low voice back then.
課長、おみくじ買って今夜も神様とお話ししよう。この町の神様はいつも一人ぼっちだから、会いに行ったらきっと喜んでくれるよね。
I wonder about that. The Kami-sama is shy.
おみくじ買うよりカップ麺いっぱい持っていった方が、あの神様は喜びそうですよね。
Yeah, definitely. That's without a doubt.
おみくじ、お姉ちゃん買おうかな。お小遣い今月厳しいけど。
Oh wait, I'm supposed to be a kid.
1回100
let
円。
me change that. Eh? You're gonna take money?
当然。神社もお寺も神様だってボランティアでご利益ばらまいてるわけじゃねえのです。
ああ、ひよちゃんが突然難しい言葉を。
もしも噂通りおみくじ買って小さな神様がお願いを聞いてくれるとしたら、みんなはどんなお願いをするのかな。
And the guy... Oh wait, this is the narration. And the guy that can be granted with just 100 yen. It is obviously not about Yume that requires Maho.
お願いは人に教えちゃダメって気がしますけど。じゃあ私のを教えてあげましょう。大河くんがクーちゃんばっかりひいきしなくなりますように。
Who-chan? Who is that?
大河くんの黒猫ちゃんだよ。
Ah, Kuro?
あの子のあだ名。ひひひひ、あだ名っていいよね。なんだか仲良しだよって感じがね、すっごく伝わってくる感じがするもん。ってあれ、はるちゃんどうしたの？大変なことに気づいてしまいましたけど。
Huh? Taihen?
お顔が真っ青。大変。プルプルしてます？クロちゃんはクーちゃん、今決めました。そしてひよりちゃんはひよちゃん、ちわちゃんは小さくて可愛い子だからちわっこい。
Oh, so Hera's the one who thought about the whole nicknames.
それやめてほしいっていつも言ってるのに。
That's why she never grew. That's why she never grew big.
あれおかしいよ。私だけ、女の子の中で私だけあだ名がないよ。
Nani?
仲間外れ。
No, wait. That really isn't strange now, is it?
ああ、大河がはるちゃん泣かしたぞ。
Bro, I'm just in the crossfire, man. I'm just replying. The hell?
100円。おみくじ買って小さな神様に悪い子な大河を叱ってもらわなきゃ。
Huh? You remembered almost everything but the things about the Oasa itself. It's just some reminiscent talk.
何を言うんだ親友。思い出は宝物だろ。思い出してみろよ。今の俺たちがしていることは一体なんだ。宝探しだろ。
He grins. He says that with pride. It irked me a little. We take photos of Hiori in her Mika clothes, taste some fine tea, and move on to the next place. We didn't draw any fortune slips today. Let me adjust the volume for a tiny bit. Let's search for our lost past and future. Oh, we're still in the let's see. Walk along the main street. Okay. We came to the town's main street.
うわー、人がいっぱいだ。
Surprisingly, well, I'm not sure if it's surprising, but Hiori is not really good with crowds. She was squinting as if she was tired. Today is a holiday after all. It's Sunday. Can't do much about the crowds.
噂とか不思議なこととか、こんな人気の多いところに何か秘密があるのかな。人が多いと何かおかしいですか？だってほら、秘密は隠されているから秘密なわけだし、それが人だとしてもそうじゃないとしても、人目の多いところで隠れるのは難しいんじゃないかなって。だったらもうここはいいでしょ。別のところに移動しようよ。
まあそうだな。俺もひよちゃんと同じであまり人が多いのは得意じゃないけど。
Tomohita turns around, looking over the town.
しかしな、ここにいる一人一人に俺たちの関われない別の人生があるんだと思うと、なんだかすごいな。世界って広いんだな。
The main street was bustling noisily with tourists. Those from a far town and those from a far country. All kinds of people from all sorts of places gathered here. They have many objectives, but it seems the Haru found something.
あれは何？
She points, tilting her head. Up ahead is the tram abandoned in the town as it is. However, what pulled Haru's attention was not the tram itself.
なんだかすっごく綺麗だよ。
It were the paintings on the side of the vehicle. A painting of Sakura, another of the Sora, and the other and thus Umi. One a road dyed in autumn colors. The one of distinct billowing with blizzard. Not just paintings of the four seasons, there were avant-garde paintings, also realistic ones. Various paintings are painted here, there. I think the tram used to go around the entire town back when Haru was still here.
そんな気がするよ。
少し前に廃線になっちゃったんだ。今はみんなバスを使って移動してる。
I fucking hate the automobile industry, man. Anyway. But the abandoned trams are still left there, instead of being taken to the depot. They are scattered throughout the town. I heard that the tram company fled in the night or something. It was difficult to say that the town was affluent at that time. The tourism industry wasn't flourishing yet, and so the trams were continually abandoned on the abandoned lines. But it was about 2 years ago, right? Back when artists living in the town drew paintings on the abandoned trams. I'm not sure that inspired them, but other artists also came together to paint, decorate the interiors with strange odd objects, and they didn't fit, they abandoned them somewhere in the town.
それがなんだか珍しいとか芸術的価値だとか、なんだかんだとテレビの人たちが騒ぎ出したんだよな。
As a result, this town became a nest for tourists, even if there were other different causes that might have been the main reason. The tourists don't actually come here for the paintings on the trams or artistic objects scattered around the town after all.
他には桜とか夜月先輩の神社とか猫ちゃんの姿を見つけられるかもしれない気配だとか。ここはね、このありさまなんだよ。
Hiori spreads her little hands wide.
昔は静かだったのに今はわちゃわちゃってしてる。知らない人たちがいっぱいなんだよ。私たちの生活してる区画はまだ静かですけど、いつまでそうかはわからないですよね。
Hiwa's Kiseten is also a place facing the main street. However, that place is still not as jam-packed with people like this place.
昔は静かだったのにか。
Haru looks around.
昔の私たちってここでどんなことして遊んでたんだっけ。どんなみんなでこの大通りを何度も行き来していたってことだけはなんとなく覚えてるんだけど。
Haru said that as the crowd started to get sparse.
10年って言葉にする以上に長い長い時間なんだね。おかしいな。確かなことはもうほとんど思い出せないよ。
I know, right? Looking long back 10 years ago, all I can remember was that. Maybe it's supposed to be looking back. Why is this long back? Anyway, I think the sentence flows better as looking back, but like, yeah, maybe it does. I'll just say it as my own interpretation. Looking back 10 years ago, all I can remember was that there was less traffic, and the scene of the main street was probably quiet. What were we so crazy about back then? If I could remember that even just a bit, I might be able to find the location of our hidden treasure that we had to find. Suddenly, it was abrupt. Around the moment people stopped passing by, a memory sprouted in my head, just as if I was sighing.
ねえねえ、知ってる？この町の七不思議。それってどんなの？この町には地下帝国があってね、それは1階だけじゃなくて2階、3階、4階ってずっと地下にたくさん広がっているんだって。
Underground Empire.
何それ、すごい楽しそうね。お姉ちゃんワクワクしちゃうな。とっても怖いものが住んでるって噂だよ。私たち地上の人より賢い頭の持ち主で、すっごい文明の持ち主で、そのおかげで地上の私たちにはずっとその人たちのことを見つけられないんだっていう噂。怖いもの？あ、それ私も知ってる。もしもその怖いものに出会えたなら、そして気に入ってもらえたなら、とってもすごい科学の力で決して死なない体にしてもらえるっていうやつだよね。それ死なない体、つまりはさ、永遠の命ってことだよね。
Eternal life? Huh? Sounds like a fine rumor. It overflows with dreams and hopes.
不老不死ってやつか。そういうのときめいちゃうな。
男の子ってこういうの好きだよね。とにかくそういう噂があるんだよ、この町の七不思議の一つ。
はるちゃんの言う通りだ。それならその不思議、俺たちが解明してやらなきゃならないよな。
なんで？
どうして？人生は穴掘りだって言うだろ。
Who said those words?
野暮だな、タイガ。俺に決まってるだろ。 穴を掘って掘って地底の人たちとこんにちはってしてやるんだよ。
それにね、もしもね、こんにちはってしたその怖いのが誰かを傷つけちゃってたら大変だしね。だったら私たちが怖いもの退治をしなきゃだよね。
Man, Haru, no chill. What the hell? That's because when it's Yoru, they become the undefeatable Maho Shoujo. Someone once said.
でも地下の入り口はどこにあるのかな。そんなの知らない。見たことないよ。聞いたことだってないのかも。だからそれを今から探しに行こうよ。
Ah, we're really doing it, huh? Treasure hunting, that is.
もちろんだよ。やってみなきゃ何もわかんないもんね。楽しいことかも怖いことかも。だからこれは立派に宝探しなんだよ。きっとね。
俺ははるちゃんに賛成だな。大賛成だ。だって面白そうだろ。
はーい、私も。よーし、それじゃあ早速行こうよ。みんな揃って放課後大冒険の始まりだよ。やめようよ。きっと危険だよ。ねえ、お兄ちゃんもそう思うでしょ。どうしてわざわざ自分から危なそうなとこに向かって行かなきゃならないの？
I can only remember that tiny scene. A very interesting treasure that we search for. Underground's empire. Scary beings living down there. Whether it's just a rumor or real, true or not, we must have tried to check that before. The Underground Empire was probably about the Yoro no Kuni. I can remember that everyone guessed the same. With no entrance, it is a place different than the one here. The mysterious kingdom exists, linked inextricably to this town. The kids of this town who don't know its identity must have concluded that it must be underground. Unique to them, children are truly rich with sozo. Tonikaku. I really told them about the memories that I could remember.
あはは地下帝国か。そんなこともあったよね。懐かしいな。
Haru said with an embarrassed smile.
地下帝国にそこに住まう怖いもの、不死の生き物。そんな秘密や謎の情報をこの大通りで収集して、確か俺たち得られた情報を確かめようと山の深く深くに入り込んでいって迷子になっちゃったんだよな。
The entrance to the underground empire must be somewhere in the mountains. We heard that rumor, and to confirm it, we got stuck deep in there.
誰かが、そんな俺たちのことを誰かが探しに来てくれて、それで助かったのを覚えてるな。
But who was that? I can't really remember much except that it was an adult.
その人にすっごく怒られちゃって、その噂話を追いかけるのはやめちゃったんだよね。怒られちゃうことは楽しくないことだって誰かがそう言って、私もちょっと思い出せたかもだね。
We could probably tell who said that even if we don't try to remember, right?
なんでみんなで私を見てるの？
Well, the only one who could start and such things among us, is you, Haru. Sumari. Everyone felt relieved in recollecting their faint memories, but I noticed Chiwa quietly looking up at the mountain where we were lost before. I remember one more, an important one. I turned towards Chiwa beside us and said,
そうなんですか？先輩はどんなことを思い出したんですか？
Turning towards me, Chiwa says, Okay, you see, what I remembered is something very important and significant.
はい。それは何でしょう。
Chiwa, you used to call me Oni-chan when we were young, right?
それは。
Chiwa turns red in an instant. What do you call me? What do you call me, senpai now instead of Oni-chan now? It feels a bit lonely.
それはチワも女の子になったってことなんだよ。あの頃よりもずっと大河はもっと空気を読まなきゃダメだよ。
Yep. Hiori mysteriously folds her arms and nods.
チワはね、一番ちっこくてもね、この中で一番女の子なんだよ。私たちと違って。私たちと違うの？そう、全然違うの。
Kira, we somehow all put our gazes onto Chiwa. Then Chiwa flinches.
なんですか？いいじゃないですか、別に。
It doesn't matter how I call you, senpai, she screams, a little, still red.
あの時はどうかしてたんです。ただあの時は少しだけお兄ちゃんに憧れていただけで、そう呼べって言われて、だから
Chiwa started mumbling right away. Nah, Ando Chiwa. Any interest in calling me Oni-chan right now? Just once?
ないです。
No, just once?
ないんですってば。
Toshe? It's such a passionate demand.
だって先輩は先輩です。私のお兄ちゃんじゃありません。
He looks away coldly. Hiori points at her in an amusing way.
だってお兄ちゃんだと結婚できないもんね。
This is Keikuku, I guess. Suddenly, Chiwa pulls Hiori's head into her chest.
それ以上余計なことを話すと、先輩、やらつき先輩、このままギューってして息できなくしちゃいますからね。
Damn. Hiori is struggling inside Chiwa's chest.
いい匂いがするよ。
Huh? What do you mean, nice? Damn it. Swap with me. Squealing at each other, we left the main street behind. Let's search for our lost past and future. Small tone. Well, it's not like we have a different choice at this point. Our town, Sanzen, has a river flowing through its center. Neither small nor big. It's too small to be called an actual river, although its surroundings were quite well maintained to call it just a stream. The river, covered by sakura trees, divides the town into two big parts, and many small stone bridges were connecting the other side to this side. We are standing on one of those. We have used this bridge for commuting to school, not just recently, but since long ago. What kind of wonder would we find here? I think we used to go back and forth over this bridge a lot. Unlike others, I remember the past quite well. Our past overflows with many memories that we cannot bring into our adult lives, and so it is only natural that everyone who are starting to become adults have their memories fade of their childhood, slowly fading away. For me, whose heart and body is still not that of an adult, it is again only natural that my memories are vivid compared to theirs. But that is only within limitations. Even if I try to remember what we tried to do, the memories of what we actually did, the details, are vague, just like everyone's. That's why we stand here, eager to clean this uneven ditch of memories. I lean on the handrail and look at my feet, at the surface of the river flowing. The sakura petals that flutter down like rain spread light, ripples on water surface, and slowly drift away.
人通りもそれなりに多いから、小さな子がちょろちょろしてたのなら きっとたくさんの人にたくさん迷惑かけちゃってたよね。かもしれません。ここは観光区画ではなくて地元の人たちの生活圏寄りですから、ご近所迷惑たくさんしてたかもしれないですね。
そういえばさ、幽霊も音楽を聴くのかな？
Tomohito suddenly said that while looking down the flowing river, just like me. Yure? I tilt my head. Why would this guy suddenly say that?
いや悪い。この石橋に関する噂をふと思い出したんだけどさ。
Oh? Is that so? What uwasa and what wonder would that be? Before Tomohito could answer my question.
幽霊？私もそれ知ってるよ。
Haru said with sparkling eyes.
この町には夜とは違うもう一つの夜がどこかにあって、そこから抜け出した幽霊とかそうじゃないものとかいろいろと昼も夜もなくそこら辺を歩き回ってるんだって。そんな噂だよね、確か。
Another Yoru different from the usual night. I do know that it is no rumor or mystery or anything. Other beings different from Yure.
そうだよ。怖いのだったり優しいのだったり可愛い動物みたいなものだったりいろいろなんだよ。
I casually look over our surroundings. Is there a wide hole going into the Yoru somewhere?
なんだか
ん？
帰ってきてすぐの柊先輩が知っていて、ずっとこの町に住んでる先輩が初耳だな、すごいなみたいな顔してるのなんだかおかしいです。
Hiwa giggles. Really? How to also last along?
もしも怖い幽霊に出会ってしまったら、そして捕まってしまったらどこか遠くへ連れて行かれてしまうんだって大人たちに言われてた。だから夜は早く眠りなさいねって。私もその噂聞いたことがあります。確かこの橋には幽霊は追ってこれないから。だからもし幽霊に追いかけられたらこの橋を目指して走ろうねって、そんな噂だった気がするね。
まあ大体さ、噂話とか怪談だとかそういうのは子供のしつけの代わりだったり、聞き分けのない子供に無理やりにでも言うことを聞かせるためにあるんだろうけどな。
Yeah, I kind of remember it as well. I nod and say, Haru. She blinks.
何？大河君。
I remember when you once said Yura don't follow you to this bridge. Let's confirm that rumor when we gathered here in the middle of the night. If I remember correctly, it was in the darkest of its darkest late at night. A time too late for children to go out and walk around. Nah, Haru. We don't need to check this thing.
そうだよ。それもこんな遅い時間に。寒いよ。眠いよ。ちょっと怖いよ。へっち。
Yeah, I got distracted.
ダメだよ、二人とも。ダメだ。何を弱気なこと言ってるの？謎はちゃんと調べておかなきゃ。いつか危険になっちゃうかもなんだよ。私たちのうちの誰かがもし怖い幽霊に追いかけられちゃうようなことがあったとして、その時はここを目指して走っていけばいい。それがわかれば安心でしょ？ねえ、はるちゃん。 はるちゃんは幽霊とか信じちゃう人なの？うん、もちろんだよ。信じちゃう人だよ。だってこの世界には魔法も魔法少女も小さな小さな神様も、そして喋る猫だっているんだもん。幽霊くらいいてくれなきゃ不公平でしょ？不公平？そうですね。はるちゃんの言いたいこと少しだけわかる気がします。ほんのちょっとだけ。
But how are we going to confirm that? Just continue waiting like this until Ayuda comes out?
それしかないのかな。違う。それじゃあダメだ。こちらから探しに行こうか。だってテレビでよくやってるよね。たくさんの幽霊が住んでるはずの有名な心霊スポットでもテレビカメラが登場した途端、みんな恥ずかしがって出てこないでしょ。だからこちらからお出迎えに行くんだね。わざわざ自分から怖いものを見つけに行くんですか？そんなの嫌です、絶対に。
You're right. That certainly sounds somewhat dangerous.
大丈夫。元気があったらきっと幽霊だって逃げてくよ。
Should we let the ones we're searching for run away?
とにかく行こうよ。シャイな幽霊さんたちをお迎えに上がりましょう。
Ah, it's useless. No one can stop Haru at this point. We might have to give up. Haru held up her fists. Chiwa, who was helplessly scared of Yure, was in tears. Hiori was yawning continuously, finding it all a pain. She wished that it would end soon, longing for her futon. Tomohito was the only one in the daze back then, and Asusa-senpai, who was smiling happily like always, was surrounded by everyone. I had suddenly remembered that scene. Sanzen. The town where we live is quite big. Despite that, this place overflows with beautiful sceneries, fun places, and wonderful moments. All those. It would be difficult to see them all with my eyes, even if I spent an entire day. We used to love that part of town in the bygone days. We wouldn't get bored even if we ran around, playing all day. We probably felt excited every time this town showed a new side to us. And now our town is full of spring colors. We could see a beautiful scenery all around here. We're all in the public square near the entrance to the facility on top of the mountain. Each of us laid our obentos out, sitting on benches. Thank you, Asai-san. Thanks for the meal. ごちそうさまでした。
タイガのお弁当すっごいよ。
Hiori's eyes were sparkling and peeking on my bento. Oh yeah, it definitely is great. Asai-san handed me a multi-layer bento. That's what I was expecting, or at least I could imagine, but
おせち料理みたいに手が込んでるね。どれもおかずがキラキラしてるよ。量もいっぱいで。作るの大変だったんじゃないかな。
man, Osachi, that is really good then. Yeah, that's why we should eat it together. Asai-san would probably tell us to do that. Asai-san also prepared the bento we ate yesterday while seeing the flowers. Even that one was intricate and impressive. Thanks again for everything, Asai-san. Everyone ate their own bentos, and those who weren't satisfied enough, mainly Hiori, went for mine. The treasure hunt was put on hold for now. The public square has provisions to view the townscape. On the fences were handrails or binoculars that you can use a 100 yen coin. There's several benches. There is an arbor-like rest area with a roof too. It is also like a small park. While people were spending their time as they liked, I was looking at them from a distant place. The public square is surrounded by sakura trees. As the wind blew, petals drifted across the clear sky. A warm, sweet aroma would wave, filling not just my chest, but also my heart. I was sitting back against the large sakura tree as I was inhaling the sweet aroma into my chest. I noticed a tiny hand slowly extending over from behind the tree. That hand was reaching for the bento next to where I was sitting. There's still about half remaining and the lid's open. You should also eat with everyone, Kuro. The hand startled. Kuro?
見つかった。
Yeah, I found you. Tsuketa? Smiling, I said that. She is small and always stays beside me. Even while we were walking around town, I was certainly searching for you somewhere in my heart. Kuro, timidly peeking just half of her face from the tree, said,
お弁当、
Hi?
お弁当の残り、分けてくれる？
Of course. I nod with a smile. What do you want?
何がいらない？
Huh? Iranai?
タイガが欲しくないの言って。私が食べるよ。
It would be a waste to leave it. Kuro said that, blinking her big eyes. I'm not picky with food. You know that, right?
そうだった。
She sulks. You don't have to worry about it. There's a lot. So eat as much as you want. Whatever you like.
うん。
Kuro squints even more. She was still somewhat shy. Okay, I'll feed you then. She blinks in surprise with her face trying to say, why would you do that? What about tamagoyaki? No, is it even fine for you to eat eggs? The food that humans eat is poisonous to cats. I have heard something like that. Wait a second. If they had this logic here, remember that Kuro's favorite is chocolate? And I searched up, chocolate is supposedly very poisonous to cats. So I'm like, does she want to die? But Asai-san and Toya eat them too, so Kuro should probably be fine. Okay, fine. When they get their human forms, they no longer suffer the limitations of a cat with chocolate. Anyway, earlier either Asai-san or Kuro herself said this. Kuro is still quite young among the special class. She is actually younger than Toya, so it might be a bad idea to think of them as the same.
大丈夫。
Ojobu. She must have felt my annoyance. She shook her head.
卵焼き、食べられる。
You can?
そうなんだよ。
She holds her head.
私は猫だけど、人間の食べ物はほとんど食べられる。
Most?
ほとんど。
We tilted our heads together, and I laughed. I see. Yeah. After all, you love chocolate. Just as you said. It should be fine, even if I don't worry. I think this is the point that they're trying to make, because, you know, cats can't eat chocolate, so but she's able to eat too. She's able to eat them, so.
チョコ、普通の猫は食べられない？
Oh, shit, they are tackling that. Oh, man. Okay, nice. The guy thought about that trick. Yep, that's what I remember. A normal cat eats chocolate. It aches their stomach. Actually, not just ache, it's literally poisonous to them. Kuro rubbed her own stomach. Well then, here's the tamagoyaki. Say, ah, it's all Asai-san's efforts. She was intently looking up at me. Saying ah is a bit too embarrassing. I might have been carried away. It's embarrassing to be stared at silently, but Kuro closed her eyes and opened her tiny mouth. I gently put the tamagoyaki into her mouth. She chews it. Is it tasty?
おいしい。
Oishii. She smiled. So it seemed. Very unusual. That's why even if I get carried away, and become happy. Sugi, I offer more of the bento. What do you want to eat?
もっといいのかな。
Oh, mochiron. Anything that you like.
好きなの。
Kuro,
ねえタイガ、私はタイガのお残しでいいんだよ。
now, don't say that. I'll feed you whatever you want to eat. Then she frowns.
自分で食べられる。
She became cold. She didn't want to be treated like a kodomo.
わざわざあんしてくれなくても平気だ。ご飯くらい一人でも。
But you can't use chopsticks, right? You're clumsy. A while ago, you were troubled because you couldn't even get the wrapper off the chocolate. I would usually peel it off myself so it would be easier for her to eat, but at one point, there was no need to do that anymore. I still feel a little sad about it, but
うん、
Moo. She pouted with a discontent look. But without showing any more displeasure, she continued with that and pointed at my bento.
次はそれを。
Karage, right? Okay.
違う、その隣、緑のお野菜。
Broccoli?
そう、
She nods.
ブロッコリーだ。
Broccoli. She repeated monotonously. That doesn't sound monotonous. As if trying to memorize a different foreign word.
お肉は男の子が食べるものだよ。
What? That's a lie. I know women who are very slim, fit, and eat a lot of meat. In both meanings. I mean, let's not talk anymore about that. Huh? Really?
うん。タイガは成長期なんだから、これからもっとすくすく大きくなるには、毎日おいしいものでお腹いっぱいにならないとダメ。だからお肉はタイガが食べる。私はそのお野菜を。
You don't really like broccoli, do you, Kuro?
そんなことない。大好き。マヨ。なんだっけ、タイガ。
Mayonnaise.
そう、それ。
She nods again, and then she repeats mayonnaise in a monotonous voice.
マヨネーズをかけるとブロッコリーはとっても美味しい。だから好きだよ。
That's like a cheat code for to deal with broccoli. The unhealthy way. Not well, I did have a lot of mayonnaise this morning with the breakfast. That was really good. Anyway.
お肉はタイガ、お野菜は私。そういう決まり。
It's decided. As oh, I think this sentence needs to be worked on. As said with a bitter smile.
そうだよ。決まりだよ。
Hi. She nods slightly, almost as if she thinks she is the Onesan giving tasty food to a younger kid. Zannen, I respond to her. You see, I really love broccoli. I don't like karage. I think I'll eat karage and not broccoli. Kuro was glaring. Nah, Kuro.
何、タイガ。
Do you eat well every day? As I ask her, she silently turns away from me. It looked like a child being pointed out their pickiness in food. You were already gone while we had breakfast in the morning. Just like how you want my stomach to be full. Just how... What was this? Just like how you want my stomach to be full. I also want your stomach to be full. Yeah, this is a typo. You need to eat properly, I say. Even if I know that you cats can't grow bigger like us. I wouldn't like if you were hungry. That's just sad. It feels lonely when you're hungry. It must also feel very miserable. And I know that. I have experienced it firsthand. Well, maybe that explains why Kuro is very, very, very thin, you know. She doesn't eat much. That's why I want you to eat all of the karage, since I don't like them. Kuro was intently staring at me. Then she said, Sutsuki, in a low voice.
タイガの嘘つき。
Okay, you have to repeat that. Okay. I say it, and then she actually says it. I tilt my head, still smiling forcibly. But without saying any more, Kuro continued with an ah, and opened her little mouth, closing her eyes. Though I don't know why you would write dialogue like that. Like, you literally say, in a little voice, she said Usutsuki. Then she actually has a voice line where she says it, and I'm like, is there another way to interpret that sentence? What the hell? I don't know. I gently put the biggest karage I could find into her mouth. She was chewing on it, eyes still closed. Is it oishi? I asked. Hi, she replied softly. What do you want to eat next?
タイガが本当に嫌いなもの全部。
Kuro says.
唐揚げだってブロッコリーだって苦いものも辛いものもタイガが嫌いなものは全部私が食べるよ。任せてね。
Like that, we ate the rest of the bento together, separate from the others. Even though she's not on the phone, Kuro is honest today, and is talking a lot as well. I felt happy. It was fun too. But that's certainly because it felt lonely to see us have fun from far away. All alone, didn't it? I thought. If that ever turned out to be true, then I'd also feel her loneliness. Kuro is looking at everyone, and also at the town. She is looking at the small, very tiny colors of spring, drifting in the blue sky and then disappearing. I just stared at her face, trying to steal a glance. She is my little friend. She is also my kazoku. We have always lived together since our childhood. And then you muttered.
最初に誰の魔法を使うかもう決めた？タイガ、ハルとヒオリとそしてチワ。特別だった3人のうちまずは誰の願いから誰の夢から紐解いていくか。ねえタイガ。
Is this the game telling us, are you ready to move out of the common route? It's a little on the nose. A little. Have you decided that yet? Kuro asked me repeatedly. However, I only smiled and looked at everyone from here. Together, we will unfold the nagai and mysteries of the girls who were once special, Tokobetsu, and then grant their wishes that they couldn't. We will give them maximum support for that. That is my Kanade Taiga's duty that I've been handed over. Yes, that's right. I, Kanade Taiga, am a Maho Shoujo Tsukai. I decide whether to grant their wishes or not, or grant their wishes or whether to take their Maho away. Take away their Maho. By completing this duty, I will finally be able to awaken the special inside me, the Saiga do Maho.
タイガの魔法はどんな魔法になるのかな？
Huh? You suddenly said. I was surprised for some reason and told in my head.
タイガの願いを夢を叶えるために必要な魔法。それはどんなものであるべきなのか。二人で一緒に思い描けていられたら、それはとても素敵なんだろうって思ってた。でも、
Is it missing a line? Because she said demo, but like there's nothing that implies it. Anyway. Oh, okay. Kuro closed her mouth shut there. And then... Then I shook my head in silence and continued to look at everyone else. We wandered around town searching together until evening. It's time to leave.
バイバイみんな。また明日。
Haru smiled happily.
さよなら、はるちゃん。
Hiori, waving her hand, also said with a smile.
今日はね、楽しかったよ。私もです。楽しかったです。ちょっと恥ずかしいこともありましたけど。
Shiwa also nodded next to Hiori.
ああ、そうだね。みんな、改めてこれからもよろしく。だな。
Following Tomohito, I also say, yeah, yoroshiku, and nod.
ありがとう。千葉ちゃん、ひよりちゃん、ともひとくん、そして、大河くん。おやすみなさい。また夜の中で会えたらいいね。
Haru says with a bitter smile, but then she sighs right away.
はあ、明日は学校か。宿題まだ全然やってない。少し億劫だな。
It's kind of cute when she says homework, like she did in our childhood. It would be great if the problems were also cute, just like back then. Haru said those words along with a sigh.
はるちゃん、転校してきたばっかりなのに、もう学校行きたくない子になっちゃった？早速問題児みたいだよね。億劫というよりは不安なのかも。お勉強についていけるかなとか、怖い先生いたら嫌だなとか、そんな感じ。はるちゃんでもそんな感じの心配するんだね。
That's quite unexpected. Hiori blinks in surprise. Seeing her, Haru shows a bitter smile.
転校生っぽい悩みでいっぱい、胸もいっぱい、ドキドキしちゃうよ。でもね、新しい学校でお友達できるかなって不安はしなくてもいいけどね。
Feeling enticed by her embarrassed laugh, we also laugh. Shall we complete our homework together from here? That might not be a bad idea. So I say.
今日はさすがに少し疲れましたね。宿題やったらすぐに寝たいかもです。
Shiwa answers. That is the sign. Again, we bid farewell, wave our hands and part for the day.
タイガー。
What's wrong, Hio-chan? Why are you whimpering like that? After saying goodbye to everyone, I lingered on Ishibashi for a while, lost in thought about everyone's maho. Just as I was thinking I should head home and start to leave Ishibashi, Hiori all alone trudged back. Did something happen? Are you hurt? Kegai. Did she fall? Or was she caught up in an accident? I checked Hiori's body bit by bit. She's fine. No injuries. She should be.
お腹
Huh?
お腹ペコペコで帰り道がよくわかんなくなっちって。
Oh, soka. Relieved, I nodded, smiling. Hiori-chan from the gluttonous Yuzuki family was his child who, strangely enough, would get lost when she got hungry, wasn't she?
そうみたいでして。
Glad I hadn't gone home. Hio-chan lost, alone all night in town. That thought chills me. Listen closely, Hio-chan, I said, putting on a serious face. If you ever get lost and all alone, don't hesitate to call me, okay? Whether it's close by or not, I'll fly right over. Though she nodded, Hiori said bashfully.
そう言ってくれるのはね、嬉しいけれども、同じくらい恥ずかしくて。
Getting lost?
そう。
So, you find it hard to ask for help, saying, I'm lost.
こともあるかもしれないですね。
Hiori said with an uncomfortable expression.
タイガもトモちゃんも迷子になるのは別に格好悪くないよって言ってくれたけど、
Yeah, that's right. Uncool. That's not it at all. If anything, it's cute. Didn't I tell you that?
うん、そうだったかもね。
Hiori swayed her little head back and forth as she spoke.
それでもやっぱり迷子になりましたっていうのは恥ずかしくって。でも変だよね。お腹が空いたっていうのは別に隠さず言えるのに。
I see. Hio-chan's maiden heart is a little complicated, huh? Without either of us consciously doing it, our hands naturally intertwine. Ooh. And so we began walking side by side on the way home to see Hiori back.
ぬふふ。タイガの手は大きいですね。
Hiori was shyly swinging our joined hands. I'm sorry, I didn't notice, Hio-chan. It's fine because Tomohito's here. I might have been leaving it all to others. He, for his part, might have unconsciously thought it's fine because I'm here. I'll be more careful from now on. Of course, we walk around town all day. Today, anyone would get hungry, not just Hio-chan. If we unleash a hungry monster on the town, it'll be a crisis for humanity too. Yeah? So it's our duty to properly see Hio-chan home.
いやー、その。
She was squirming. She also looked like she was enduring some inexpressible feeling.
ねえ、タイガ。
When we reached the stone steps leading to Hiori's jinja, she spoke. What is it?
ちょっとだけ聞きたいことがあるんだけど、いい？
Of course. What is it? I nodded. And Hiori stopped at the bottom of the stairs. I stopped with her. Hio-chan?
タイガは、
Huh?
タイガはまだあそこに、夜の国の中に出入りできるんだよね。私たちと違って。
Oh no, I guess this is the part where the MLT has begun. It's now saying Night Country. But actually, Night Country is much more closer to when I try to search up what Yoru no Kuni means. Because when I search for Yoru, Night Kingdom, it's Yoru no Teikoku. But you see the line Yoru no Kuni, so it's different. Anyway, she said it quietly, with a gesture like tilting her head. Yeah, that's right. Not knowing how to respond, I just said that and nodded.
そっか、そうなんだ。
After saying just that, he already stared intently at the path continuing up the stairs, each and every step leading to the jinja.
今日は久しぶりだったね。
He already said. I replied.
そうだよ。平日は登下校、できるだけみんなと一緒だけれども、お休みの日まで今日みたいにみんな一緒で遊ぶのはとても久しぶりだった。
Now that you mention it, that might have been true.
私、楽しかったよ。タイガやハルちゃん、シワちゃん、トモちゃん。みんなはどうだったかはね、わからないけど。
But I had so much fun, he already said and smiled. Hio-chan. I felt an indescribable sense of unease. What's wrong? Did something happen? I tried to ask, but...
それでは。ありがとう、タイガ。 ここまで来ればもう迷わないよ。
She quickly let go of my hand, and Hiori bowed her head.
さよなら、タイガ。今夜、夜で会えたら素敵だね。
Leaving only that leaving word. Last words that felt nostalgic to me. Hiori ran up the stairs. It's dangerous to run. She didn't look back at me when I said that. Only energetically replied, "Yeah, shiteru." Now let's go back home. Let's return back to the Yume no Nedoko, where Asai-san is waiting for me. I also want to report about today. I pull out the kagi hanging from my neck. It's the kagi to open the door to the Yume no Nedoko, connecting this side to theirs. Thanks for reminding us what that is for the end time. However, I don't use it right away. I need to pick Toya first. Go ahead. I might be late. Did you wait? At the entrance of the park. Quite. I see Toya sitting on the yellow metallic car stops, shaking her little legs aimlessly, and call out to her.
うん。
She nods slightly. She seems somewhat down. Want to hold hands? So this is the strange old man that I've been talking about, huh? Toya gently held back my hand that I held out.
あのね、タイガ。
After we silently walked for a bit, she muttered. Yes? What is it, Toya?
タイガは忘れちゃったりしないよね。
Huh? It was sudden. I get somewhat surprised. Then she says to me, tilting her head with worried eyes, looking up at me.
タイガは違うよね。他の人間たちとは違う男の子なんだよね。だってタイガお姉ちゃんから特別な力をもらった人なんだよね。
I wonder what's Toya. Toya? What happened? The thing I took from Asai-san is a duty, and not a chikara that works like that, but... Did something happen, I asked?
うーん、
She keeps mumbling and does not say anything clear.
タイガ
Yep, I'm listening. You can take your time, I say. If it's something difficult to say, then you can tell it some other day. I'll wait until you're fine with it. Putting those words together, Toya nods and says, okay.
あのね、タイガは大人になっても私たちが見える人なんだよね。
Mieru?
人間たちは大人になると私たちのことが見えなくなっちゃう。忘れちゃう。私とお友達でいてくれるのは子供の時だけだから。
Oh, yeah, that feels bad, man. Suddenly, Toya looks up at me.
だからね、タイガ。私、これまでお友達といっぱいさよならしてきたよ。さよならも言えないままさよならしてきたよ。だからね、もうお友達はいらないって寂しいばかりだから絶対に作らないんだってそう思ってたけど。
Damn, Toya. Damn.
不安なの。タイガもいつか
She looks down.
いつかタイガも私のこと私たちのこと忘れちゃう？
Toya, I don't know what happened. No, I can at least imagine. However, I won't pretend to understand her feeling just by that much. So I was probably too careless or even heartless to say this. I won't forget. Never. Such irresponsible words. Smiles and attitudes. All of them. I'll be fine. Absolutely. Will I end up casting such words upon the anxious feelings smoldering in Toya's small chest? You see, Toya, I'll always be a child. You'll always be a man-child. My heart is young. You know, that's why, look, only I can always come and go from the Hiori no Kuni. Everyone else is gradually forgetting even their memories related to the Yoru. I'll be fine. Absolutely. I won't forget about Toya. Or Asai-san. Never. The saying goes for Kuro. I can swear I won't forget. I had that confidence, even if that isn't necessarily a happy existence. Whether it's thoughtless or heartless, that must be the truth. It has to be that way. Therefore, that's why I say it with a smile. Toya, you might be feeling lonely right now, but I'm a little happy. You thought you didn't want to say goodbye to me, didn't you?
うん、
I nodded.
少しだけ。
Toya said, fidgeting. I see. Just a little, huh? Though I responded with a smile, Toya shook her head, trembling.
今夜はタイガ少しだけでいいの。一緒に眠ってくれる？
You can, misread this line. With me?
ダメ？
No, it's not bad. It's fine. And that could even slightly alleviate Toya's anxiety and loneliness. I tightly squeezed her hand and walked with Toya down the path leading to the Nedo. You mean the Nedoko, slower than usual.
So か。お友達が大人になっちゃったか。
Asai-san said at the dinner
ど
table.
んなことがあったかはわからないけど、トヤ、大変な日だったな。とても寂しい日曜日だったな。おかわりもあるからいっぱい食べよう。お腹がすくと寂しい気持ちが大きくなっちゃうから。
Tonight's menu: ginger teriyaki yellowtail, lotus root kimpara, vegetable and miso soup. What is familiar salad? I think this is supposed to be something else. And multigrain rice. It looks delicious, and it seems healthy too.
お肉がないよ。お魚苦手。
While saying something you wouldn't expect from a neko. And though Toya was a little fuzzy at first, she still finished it all without leaving anything. Being good for the body means being good for the mind. Having an empty stomach filled means driving out lonely feelings from within the body. But it seemed there was still a lot missing before this small loneliness could be driven out, or before her heart could become completely healthy
美
again.
味しかった。
When Asai-san asked that, Toya put her hands together in thanks and stood up. She patted over to Asai-san and hugged Asai-san's back.
うん。
She pressed her face against her, rubbing. That slight reminded me of the shy Toya from when we first met, who was still wary of me.
こんな寂しい気持ちにはなりたくないから。
Huh?
うん。
Asai said with a bitter smile.
こんな寂しいさよならはもうお腹いっぱいだから。だからもうお友達は作らないんだ。お友達は大河だけで十分なんだ。
Oh,
ト
wait,
イヤ
oh,
はそう言っていたのにな。
wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Asai said that while stroking Toya's head as she snuggled up to her.
きっとすごく優しい子を見つけちゃったんだな、トヤ。その子の笑顔が見たいって、その子を笑わせてあげたいって、そう思っちゃったんだよな。
I think we're already in the MLT territory here, so. Asai smiled bitterly, saying it's our bad habit, isn't it?
だからトヤ、さよならがいつもよりもっともっと寂しいんだな。
What exactly happened to Toya today? Why did she end up feeling so lonely? Without daring to dig those things up, Asai-san smiled.
うん。今夜はお姉ちゃんと一緒に眠ろうか。最近トヤは一緒のお布団で眠ってくれなくなって、お姉ちゃん少し寂しかったんだぞ。
タイガも
Toya said faintly, still pressing her face against Asai-san's back.
タイガも一緒。
I like the look on her face.
タイガも一緒に眠ってくれるって。
そうか、そうなのか。
Suddenly my eyes met Asai-san's. Her eyes darted around and
わかった。それじゃあ3人一緒に今夜は眠ろうかな。
Asai-san said that, blushing slightly.
昔はまだまだタイガも子供だったからさ。タイガも一緒によく3人で眠っていたけど、タイガ大きくなっちゃったからな。
Asai-san said with a bitter smile, I won't do anything. Why is there a question mark?
わかってるよ。ちゃんとわかってる。タイガはいい子だもんな。
Asai-san smiled brightly at
た
me.
だ少し、ほんの少しだけな。お姉ちゃんは恥ずかしいかもしれないなって。でも、時にはさ、久しぶりにそういうことをしてみるのもいいよな。子供の頃に帰るような、そんな感じでさ。
We finished dinner. We put our hands together and said Gochiso-sama deshita and closed our eyes, trying to convey it was delicious and a well of gratitude. Then Toya, Asai-san, and I took turns taking a bath and settled into bed. For the three of us to sleep together, both my room and Asai-san and Toya's room were too small, so we spread out futons in the living room and lay down side by side. Each of us gathered in the living room, hugging our respective pillows, and Wheatley reported what happened today. Toya was as quiet as ever, but that was fine. And just like that, we played trampu until Toya got sleepy. After turning off the lights, we even played shiritori under the futons. Somehow this feels like kazoku, even though I felt a little embarrassed at myself for thinking such a silly thing. I even found myself cursing, like I always do in the short time before sleeping, thinking how utterly unfitting should a thing would be. Still, I felt it wasn't a bad night. But no, it's no good. It's not good. Something's missing. Someone's missing. And such lonely feelings grew larger. I suddenly felt sad about you, who never tells me anything important. Oyasumi. Someone quietly said that. Oyasumi nasai? I whispered in my heart. Oyasumi kuro. Mata ashita. And so we dream. Within a yoru no one knows. I wish I could envision only gentle, happy dreams. It's breakfast time. I was vaguely thinking about yesterday's events.
タイガはまだあそこに夜の国の中に出入りできるんだよね。私たちと違って。
For some reason, Hiori's words, which she let slip, bothered me.
さよなら、タイガ。今夜夜で会えたら素敵だね。
Because the expression Hiori had then could be taken as somewhat significant.
ダメだぞタイガー。
Huh? Asai-san's voice pulled me back from my hazy, fog-like thoughts. No good!
ああ、我が家のルールを忘れちゃダメだ。
Asai-san says this while serving steaming hot rice to my bowl.
手は洗ったか？まだだろう。あまり小うるさく言いたくはないけれど。あと、うがいもしっかり忘れずに。
After Ohayo and Tadaima and hand washing and gargling. That's our family rule. She told she'd wait for me until then. Go in. I was a bit spaced out. I forgot. I hurried to the washroom and washed my hands. And don't forget to gargle, just as I was told, because it would be terrible if Toya with her small body were to catch a cold. However, Toya wasn't her usual energetic self. Since the walk home at dusk yesterday, Toya has been quiet and downcast. I returned to the table. The three of us put our hands together and say, "Itadakimasu." Toya slowly eating her meal next to Asai-san. She still wasn't her usual self. Tomodachi, huh? I'm recalling what must have happened to Toya about yesterday's events. The sadness of having said goodbye to her friends still hasn't completely faded. That's the vibe I'm getting. And just one night, or even just one day, it's probably only natural, but...
ねえ、タイガ。
Toya muttered, her mouth wiggling as she bit the tip of her chopsticks. Nani? I reply. What is it, Toya? Not being too cautious, and yet being careful not to be too blunt either.
さよなら。
Huh?
昨日のことずっとね考えていたんだけど。またさよならも言えなかったのが寂しいよ、タイガ。新しくできたお友達、昨日突然私のことが見えなくなっちゃった。女の子日和ちゃんたちの時もいきなりだった。いきなり突然私たちのことを見てくれなくなっちゃった。だから今度はちゃんとお友達にさよならを言いたかったのに。
I wanted to properly say goodbye, and I wanted to properly say thank you for everything until now. Toya said that, and shed just a few tears.
Today, 私もお昼ご一緒してもいいですか?
Lunch break. Lunch time. Why is there lunch break and lunchtime? Never mind. Almost simultaneously with a chime, Chiwa came to our classroom. Of course. Let's eat together. I nodded.
空いてる机適当に使ってもいいんじゃないかな。
Tomohito said that too and stood up. Hiori, Chiwa, and Haru, and then Tomohito and I. We, a group of childhood friends, opened the lids of our obento we brought. Ah, amazing. I couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at my own lunch. 3 small hamburger steaks. Crab sticks wrapped in an omelet. 1, 2, octopus-shaped wieners, and even croquet. Octopus wieners are a little embarrassing at my age, but I know Asai-san and Toya stood in the kitchen together, working hard to make this for me. That's why I can't help but smile fondly. But there's no rice. It wasn't that Asai-san had forgotten to put it in.
今日は 先輩の分のおにぎりも作ってきました。たくさんあるので、たくさん食べてくれても平気です。
Man, Chiwa just randomly gives us onigiri, man. It's nice. That's because I know Chiwa makes and brings onigiri for me almost every day like this. Ah, this is amazing too. There's even more today. Chiwa's tiered lunch obento was packed full of onigiri.
だったらね、大河の豪華なお弁当はね、私がたくさん食べてあげるね。
You're clever, Hiori-chan. I don't get what you mean by in that case.
ちわちゃんのおにぎり、本当に美味しいね。具がいろいろあって、止まらなくなっちゃう。
I just noticed that the uniform differs for different years. Like, I totally understand why Haru and Hiori have the same uniform essentially, but Hiori's wearing a jacket. But when I look at Chiwa, you know, she's wearing a white uniform. Like, that means every year you need to change? What? Anyway. Haru asked if she could have seconds if there was any left. Hiori narrowed her eyes at Haru intently.
どうしたの？
Haru noticed Hiori's gaze. She flinched.
私の顔、何かついてる？ついてる。
Wait, I'll be right back. I want to grab some water. Okay, I'm back. Where is it? Okay, I nodded.
でも、顔にではない。どこに何がついてるの？
She fumbled to check her brand new uniform. Hiori, meanwhile, just stared intently at Haru again.
おっぱい。
What? Oh.
お胸に巨大なジャークが2つもついてる。
How did we get here? Hiori wiggled her hand.
エロい。
ふむ。
He certainly does. They're swaying. A lot.
だというのにはるちゃんはそんなにいっぱい食べてまだまだいっぱい育つ気ですか？
Hiori narrowed her eyes further, as if to say, "You're planning to widen the gap between us again, aren't you?"
そんなことないけど。
Haru turned bright red. She covered her chest with both hands, then our eyes met.
あんまり見ちゃやだよ。
She fidgeted.
やべえ。マジエロい。
ダメ。男の子は見ちゃダメだよ。
Yeah. Hiori quickly moved behind me and forcefully covered my eyes with both hands, as if slamming them shut. Itayo! Oh, why just me? Hio-chan, it hurts. Let's start. Let go. Grindingly, I peeled Hiori's hand off. Then Hiori collapsed onto my back, covering me.
こんなの絶対変ですよ。
Okay. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Hiori pouted and grumbled, her chin still resting on my head.
はるちゃんも昔は私たちと一緒でぺったんこだったのに。
Petang. She pressed her chest tightly against the back of my head. Hio-chan's in a bad mood today, huh? Though, it's good she's energetic.
だって大我が意地悪だから。
Huh? I'm the cause?
私だって おっぱいあるもん。タイガもトモちゃんも意地悪だけど、まだひよこなサイズだけど、ちゃんとあるもん。
She pushed and prodded. Hiori pressed her chest against the back of my head, but... In truth, I probably should have panicked and pulled her away, yelling, "You can't do that! Stop it!" But... they're not very soft. It didn't feel lewd at all. If anything, I was starting to feel a little sad.
私のひよこなおっぱいだって、頑張ればタイガもエッチな気持ちになってくれるもん。絶対。
Okay. Poor girl.
先輩、泣いてますけど。ギルチー。
Okay. You want me to have lewd thoughts of you? Is that what you want? Yeah! She lunged. Her arms wrapped around my neck. I can't breathe!
おいおい
Tomohito shot to his feet. Ah, my Shinyu. Are you going to save me? My... I forgot what soulmate is. Anyway, my soulmate. Towards me, flailing my arms wildly, Tomohito said,
やったぜ
Now, why are you taking pictures?
ラッキースケベって本当にあるんだなすげえこいつは奇跡だ
It was Tomohito taking burst shots with his smartphone. What's this? What's lucky about it?
何よちゃんと膨らんでるもん。エッチだもん。
Hiori clung to me even harder. Suffocation. I'm going to die. But still. Gomen ne, Hio-chan. They weren't soft at all. And there wasn't much of a lewd feeling either. Oh shit, I had a weird memory flashback just now. There was one time I realized someone was padding. I was wondering, what does your chest feel? Does it feel like does it feel like boobs? It feels like something else. Never mind, let's continue. The worst way to find out someone was padding their boobs all this time. Anyway, I returned to the Yume no Nedoko. Oh, nice. They did translate it this time. Nice. I think this is the we're already machine translation territory, so they probably did the thing with like itadakimasu and like gochiso-sama deshita. So because it had like the quotes on it, it probably decided to just romanize it or whatever. Anyway, it's the cat's time. Existing in the space between the ordinary night and the special yoru. It's the time between the sun and the moon. Oh, they never mention what they call the time before before the yoru of the yoru no kuni. I mean, what they call it, because that's the time when they go out on patrol with Toya and try to catch the goldfish. I washed my hands, changed my clothes, and sat down at the table. Dinner tonight is... The main dish is ginger pork, also known as tamidon. I don't know why they call it like that. Also, bamboo shoot kakikomi gohan. Wait, there's a different name. I think the translation is correct. It's been a while since I even knew. Kakikomi. Oh wait, that is the right way to say it. Damn, I guess it's because it's been a while since I made one of those. Daikon salad, miso soup with fried agedashi tofu, and regular tofu, and asparagus wrapped in ham. What do you mean ham? It should be bacon or something. It looks delicious. They were all my favorites, mine and Toya's too. What's more, there was even dessert after the meal. Pudding. That too was one of Toya's favorites. I put my hands together and said, Itadakimasu. It's oishii. The takikomi gohan was seasoned just right, neither too strong nor too bland. So oishii. But as expected, Toya wasn't her usual self tonight either.
ごめんね、お姉ちゃん。今日もご飯おいしいよ。でも、もうお腹いっぱいかも。
She put down her chopsticks. She hasn't even eaten half of it yet. She looked down as if saying she might not be able to eat the dessert pudding tonight either. I said to Toya, who was like that. Nah, Toya.
うん。
She lifted her head.
何？タイガ。
Do you have any plans tonight?
ううん。別にないよ。何にも。
She shook her head gently.
タイガとお風呂入って、タイガとテレビ見て、タイガとトランプとかして、お着替えして、歯磨きして、眠るだけ。
I see. With me, huh?
うん。
Is that bad? Toya looked up at me. No, of course not, I replied with a smile. There's just one more thing I'd like you to do with me.
もう一つ？
Alright. I put down my chopsticks and looked at Toya. Toya, why don't you and I go say goodbye to your friends? Her face was surprised. She blinked a few times.
そんなの。
But then she lowered her gaze.
そんなの無理だよ、タイガ。だって私とあの子はもう。
Ah, yes. I know. Yeah, I know. I believe I understand exactly what Toya wants to say. I know it's probably difficult to talk directly with your friends and say goodbye that way anymore, but...
だけど
Takedo. Yeah, but Toya. But if it's during that time, if it's in the Yoru no Kuni, Toya's wish, that feeling of wanting to say goodbye to your friends, I wouldn't say all of it, but I think about half of it might be granted. I'll go through a special night, Yoru with Toya. The Yoru no Kuni. Painful, lonely, it's a stage where cats create and provide a one-night-only playground for humans experience such feelings in the real world. Here and reality are somewhat linked. Do you know the whereabouts of your friend's house, I wonder?
もう少しこのまままっすぐだよ。
Wait, my food is arriving. I'll be right back. We held hands. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's. We held hands and walked along the Odori. Come to think of it, it had been a while since I walked through the Yoru with Toya like this. Lately, we haven't even patrolled this place together before the Yoru no Kuni opened because I had gained another role to fulfill and had become busy. The Yoru Kuni was bustling again tonight. Children everywhere. Children who had awoken from their Yoru beds. Their kokoro. Some participated in the grand dream provided by the cats, others not. They, each in their own way, were spending their time throughout the town, seeing their own dreams. Tonight's Yoru is peaceful. It's lively, but not boisterous. For now, no akumu that would torment the dreamers seemed to have occurred anywhere. Always, forever. I wish everyone's heart could be as quiet as this peaceful Yoru. Almost there. Toya's friend, her house. Perhaps even in the time of the sun, in the real world, a detached house exists here, just like this, though its form differs. Beyond its entrance, there is a bedroom, or a bed, where the children's hard to fall asleep in the real world and come to the yoru. A kagi. All I needed was just one kagi. This closed door. Open this. If I could wake that child, who was probably still sleeping, from this side, then Toya's wish would surely come true. In the time of the sun, the more the child grows up, the more the two of them will probably continue to drift apart from now on. But it's still alright. In Yoru, they should still be able to say goodbye to their friend. Even if that Kodomo, Toya's Otomodachi, completely forgets by morning that it happened in Yoru. It's just a reunion for one night. The kagi needed for that is Toya's Nagai, or her Yume. The small hope to make that come true, Toya should have brought it with her now. But Toya stood silently before the closed door, not saying a word. A small kagi was firmly clutched in her hand. The kagi needed to awaken her friend's heart in the yoru. It's a small kagi that only Toya, who became friends with that child, can use. If I were to choose simpler words about that, by becoming friends, Toya opened the door to that children's heart. That's why Toya has the kagi to open this door in her hand. The relationship of being friends is the kagi. The deeper the relationship is, the more they cherish each other in their relationship. They will be able to step even deeper and deeper into this house, into the bedroom, into the child's heart. That's precisely why, so to speak, it's precisely because it's a kagi that tests the relationship with a precious person.
ごめんなさい。タイガ、今夜はね、ちょっとやめとく。
Toya shook her head weakly. What if this kagi doesn't open her friend's bedroom door? No. If this front door itself hasn't even opened in the first place, it might have only been me who thought I had become friends with that child. In reality, Toya too, I think she probably knew that she might be able to meet her friend again if it were from the Yoru side. But she must have been scared. Maybe we weren't really friends after all. It's scary to know that. It's scary to be tested. Very, very much. Such anxiety seems to be visibly seeping into Toya's downcast face. Tonight, Toya still couldn't muster the courage to use the kagi she clutched. Yeah, I get it. I nodded and stroked Toya's small head. It might sound strange to say this after inviting you, but there's no need to push yourself. So when Toya feels like she can be brave again, let's try again. Saying that, I walked back to the Yume no Nedoko with Toya. Until Toya can find her courage. I just hope that until then, her friend, that heart, doesn't completely grow up. If that happens, then whether we'll be able to meet even from the side, unable to suppress such anxieties and worries. I returned home to the Yume no Nedoko from the Yoru no Kuni. Tonight, I took a bath with Toya.
タイガ、頭洗ってほしい。
Oh, okay, so they literally do take a bath together. She said.
背中流し合いっこしたい。
She said.
タイガ、ドライヤーかけてほしいな。
She said. Tonight, Toya was being clingy, and while that was cute, but it made me worried. I hope her usual slight cheekiness comes back soon. Thinking such thoughts, I brushed my teeth next to Toya at the sink. After Hokago, I stopped by Hiori's Jinja. a jinja located a little far from the Yume no Nedoko, which had become my home. I made a special detour just to stop by there, to buy a single omikuji, fortune slip. The omikuji here at the Yorotsuki Jinja are a bit special. They say if you buy a omikuji at this jinja, the kami-sama will grant your wish. That's the rumor.
タイガ、何か神様にお願いしたいことがあるのかな。
I hear Hiori's voice from right
こ
behind me.
の前みんなでここに来た時は、おみくじ買ってなかったんだっけ。
I turned around at her voice. There was Hiori, dressed in her Miko outfit, sitting on the stone steps happily eating dango. No, not for myself, but I thought I'd buy one for a friend to take home. It's Toya. My little friend is having a tough time. I hope things work out for her. Can I put those feelings into this omokuji and give it to her? I knew it probably wouldn't be much comfort, but that's what I was thinking.
そうなんだ。お友達？
Yeah, that's right. But well, there might be something I'm a little worried about. I was hoping to ask you about that, Hio-chan, since you're a Miko.
いいとも。どんとこいだよ。
She puffs out her chest proudly. I noticed a little sweet syrup on her cheek, but for now, I'll ask my question. Omokuji, charms, things like that. As someone who isn't the person buys and gets them, do they still properly have an effect on that person? She makes a slightly troubled face. She looked up at the sky as if in deep in thought, but then she immediately tilted her head.
どうなんでしょう。
She blinked her eyes. Huh? Wasn't it Bring It On?
そうだけども。
Hiori said, numbling with her lips.
巫女さんだって人間だもの。全部わかってるわけじゃないんだよ。
Yeah, that's true.
むしろ何にもわかんない。ひよりちゃんは特に。
No, you probably shouldn't be so proud of that, should you? Hiori chuckled shyly.
ここのおみくじは、別の人に渡しても大丈夫じゃないかなって思うよ。私の予想だけど。
Oh, really?
だって日本の神様は誰もが寛容なんだって言うよ。例えばね、参拝の方法も神社やお寺によって違うけど、それはどれも私たちが勝手に決めてるだけ。少しやり方を間違ったからって神様は怒ったりしないんだよって。
I see. That's just like a kami-sama, isn't it?
だからそのお友達の代わりに大河がくじを引いたって効果はあるんじゃないかな。神様はちゃんと分かってくれるよ。それに大河が欲しいのはおみくじの内容じゃなくって、この神社のおみくじを買えば神様がお願いを叶えてくれる。その噂の方でしょ。
So I guess you don't really need to worry about that kind of thing, huh? She said, tilting her head, then licked the sweet syrup off her dango. I had dango in my hand too, the same kind Hiori was eating. As a thank you for walking me home, walking her home. Gluttonous Hiori had truly unusually, shared her snack with me. The jinja was located a little high up. Since we were here, we sat on stone steps to eat, watching the town sink into the sunset colors. I hadn't been able to take a bite of my dango. Hiori sharing her snack with me. It was probably just a whim though. But somehow it felt like a waste, so I couldn't bring myself to eat it, and my hands were idle.
大河のお友達か。
Hiori muttered to herself. Is something wrong? I asked Hiori. Then Hiori shook her head from side to side, saying she was surprised. Odoroita. どうして？
だってさ、大河に私たち以外の仲良しがいたなんて意外、すっごく。
Hiori smiled a little mischievously, looking thoughtful.
大河はさ、私たちとバイバイした後はいっつも一人ぼっちで寂しい男の子なんだと思っていました。それなのにお友達だなんてびっくりだよ。
I might have gotten a little annoyed. If you're going to say things like that, fine. I've decided, Hio-chan.
え？
From now on, I'm going to be closer with that friend than with you guys, Hio-chan. That kid is kind. They don't say mean things at all. Unlike you right now, Hio-chan. So I decided not to play with you anymore. As if. It was meant to be payback for a trivial bit of teasing, but I thought it was unfair for her to make such a genuinely dejected face. Gomen. That was an uso. Hio-chan, I want us to stay good friends forever. Let's play again, a lot, with everyone. When I shamelessly told her, you guys are my best friends, she smiled so happily and softly that I really thought it was zurui. As an apology for being a little mean, I also gave my dango to Hiori. I told her that the tomodachi I was talking about was Toya. Apparently Toya recently made a new friend, but for some reason things weren't going well between the two of them. I hope to give Toya an omikuji from here, wishing she'd become better friends with her new friend. I told Hiori why I needed an omikuji. Then, while gazing regretfully at the skewer of the extra dango she had already finished eating,
大河はこの町の神様にまだ会える？
Hiori muttered as if to herself. Kami-sama,
ナナちゃんだよ。
Hiori said.
まだ大河は夜の中に出入りできて、トウヤたちともまだお友達のままならね。それならきっと大河はこの町の神様にナナちゃんにもまだ会えるってことだよね。私たちとは違って。
That's right. I can meet her. Well, she'd never admit to being a kami-sama, but yeah, I can meet her in the Yoru. Then there's no need to buy a omikuji, is there? I thought Hiori might say something like that.
そっか。
Hiori just nodded. Yeah, Nana-chan is always watching over us from inside the Yoru. Hiori looked up at the top of the stone steps. Beyond that were the shrine grounds, where an old vehicle that changes its form in the Yoru was left abandoned.
本当なのかな。
Huh? Hiori's words, spoken in a hazy yet clear voice, made my heart skip a beat.
この神社でおみくじを買うと神様がナナちゃんがね、その人のお願いを聞いてくれるって噂。それって本当なのかなって。
Never thought I'd question about the kami-sama by Amiko.
おー、違うよ。神様のことじゃない。町の噂についてだよ。
Hiori pouted, saying, You're being a little mean, Taiga. I smiled at her and said, Last Sunday we all talked about omikuji, didn't we?
うん。もしもおみくじを買って10年前に叶わなかった私たちの願いを叶えてくださいって、そういう風に願ったら神様は叶えてくれたのかな。
Well, I wonder. I don't know. The wishes that couldn't be fulfilled 10 years ago. That goes without saying. It was about the night when the Maho Shoujo fought the Yoru no O. Each of them held their own unfulfillable wishes, fought and ultimately triumphed. But the girls' wishes, Negai and Yume, were never granted. That's what I've heard. I think it's probably impossible though.
そう？
Our Yume and Negai, all of those couldn't be fulfilled 10 years ago. They can only be granted by us ourselves. Probably because...
だって？
Yeah. Because, Hio-chan, if they were things that could be granted so easily, in a sense no one would have fought the Yoru no O from the start. Everyone would buy omukuji here, quietly waiting for wishes, dreams to come true. None of us wanted to fight. Right? I tilted my head. Hiori nodded, saying, "That's right." Hio-chan, you...
何
Yeah, if Nana-chan can grant it, if she lent us her power to make it happen. Hio-chan, what kind of wish would you make?
うーん
Hiori suddenly looked up at the sky again. She seemed to be searching for an answer to my question. I clenched my left hand. I became aware of the role I had there. Hiori, Yozuki Hiori. The girl who was special during that night 10 years ago. Wait, is the last name correct? Let me double check. I think the last name is correct. Yeah, something felt wrong. Yeah, her last name is Yorotsuki Hiori. Okay, the guy who did the machine translation forgot to feed their full names. You're Nagai and Yume. It was a question I asked, hoping I could first learn about them.
それはね
Hmm? Hio-chan?
大河の夢も教えてくれる
Huh?
大河も10年前の夜の中どうしても叶えたい夢があったからあそこにいたんだよね
Hiori repeated, Taiga, you were with us during the final night when we defeated the Yoru no O, right? Why did we have to repeat this? She literally just said that and we had to repeat what she just said.
10年前大河の叶えられなかった夢を教えてくれたら考えるよ私のお願いとか私の夢とか大河に聞いてもらうかどうか
Well, I found myself hesitating about my yume. My yume I want to achieve.
それが無理なら
Huh? As I suddenly came back to my senses.
今はねまだまだ大河には秘密だよ
Hiori said that, showing her usual smile.
ねえ大河お姉ちゃん
After dinner that night. It was after the three of us had finished eating and put our hands together to say thanks.
聞いてほしいお話があるの
Toya, who was still a clingy child, had been eating dinner on my lap, suddenly
お
spoke.
友達の話またさよならって言えなかったお友達のお話
Last
聞
night,
いてくれる
Toya and I went to her friend's house together. Toya hadn't found the courage then, but perhaps after a day of thinking and worrying, she had come to some kind of conclusion on her own. So I said, "Ah, of course," and nodded. Toya's precious friend. A precious friend to whom she couldn't say goodbye again. I want to hear about that child. Asahi-san and I said that and nodded.
あの子のことを最初に見かけたのは朝からずっとパラパラ雨が止まない日だった
It was my custom to go to the park on rainy days and take shelter under the play equipment. I've always loved the moment when dazzling sun peeks out from between the continuously falling rain clouds. From the slightly elevated park, I watched the town get wet from the rain. I'd quietly gaze alone at the side of the town where countless raindrops bounced, fully illuminated by the sun. When I did that, it felt like I found a secret all my own within this world. That day too, I opened the new umbrella my Onesan had just bought me and walked towards the park.
女の子が一人いたの私と同い年くらいの同い年くらいに見える人間の女の子
Even though I'm small, I've been alive for many years, even decades. So even though she looks similar, that child was much younger, aging and fading away in a short time. The bench with a roof. My favorite spot already had someone there.
いつも全然人の来ない公園だから、そこで雨宿りするのが好きだったのに。
That girl, I wish she'd leave soon. I hid in the nearby bushes and waited for it. But the girl stayed still, not moving. Maybe she wasn't planning on going home until the rain stopped, I thought. As dusk approached, the rain grew steadily heavier. My spot for shelter, it was taken.
その時はそう思うだけで、私、そのままお家に帰ったんだけどね。
It rained the next day too. 2 consecutive days of rainy skies. My onesan seemed busy, so somehow. It was also when I wasn't living at home yet. I was alone. A somewhat lonely Sunday. So with my new yellow umbrella and matching rain boots, I splashed through the puddles on my way to the park.
昨日の子、また私より先にそこにいて、その日が終わるまで、ずっとベンチに座って、お空を見ていた。
The next time too, and the time after that. And the rainy day after that too.
その子はいつも私より先に公園にいて、ベンチに座って雨降りの空を見つめていたの。
Maybe I'm like her. I thought that. That girl was always alone. All alone, she had no friends. That's why she stayed here all the time. That's why she kept looking at the sky. Always, with such a lonely expression.
それでもね、早く飽きてくれないかな。そこはあなたより先に私が見つけた秘密基地みたいな場所だったのに。
Wait, oh,
そう思ってばかりだったけど。
wait, I'll be right back. Okay, back. Let's continue. One rainy day, that girl was there, alone as usual. But her demeanor was different than usual. She remained seated on the bench, her back slightly hunched, her face downcast. What happened? Did something happen? I strained my eyes. I strained my ears. Then I heard the girl sobbing. There was no one there to comfort her. No one was there to tell her it's okay and pat her back. Because that girl, she was always completely alone.
ねえ、どうしたの？どこか痛いの？
Before I knew it, I crawled out of the thicket and started talking to her. I'm drawn helplessly to the tears of someone so sad and lonely. We're that sort of creature. That's just how we're made. When it suddenly appeared, the kid looked absolutely startled. Yeah, just for a bit. The girl said that. Just a little and dull ache keeps throbbing in my chest. In a small, quiet voice, I said that. But it's okay now. I'm fine. Because you came to see me. She wiped away her tears and gave me a smile.
だからね、きっとね、私とあの子は少しずつだけどお友達になれたんだと思うんだよ。雨の日になるとその公園で待ち合わせ。私たちはそういう約束をしていたの。
Toya said that. She's still sitting on my lap.
雨の日にならないとどうしてだかその子はやってこなかったけど。
Somehow it feels nostalgic. Maybe it really did feel that way. So until the rain lets up, or perhaps until the moment night falls,
私たちはお話をした。好きなこと、嫌いなこと、得意なこと、苦手なこと、いろいろたくさん。
For some reason, our conversation never ran out of things to talk about. That too let me sink into a strangely nostalgic feeling. So, what should I do? I broke the promise I made to myself. I don't ever want to say goodbye again. That's why I decided never to make a friend again. The span of time we live alongside humans is different. Far too different. That's exactly why I knew, down to my bones, that the moment we absolutely had to say goodbye would come soon. Sooner rather than later. But I just kept pretending not to see that. Someday. I acted like I'd forgotten all about it. I really feel like the time I spent alone with her was a lot of fun. Whenever it rains, I remember the day we ate lunch together in the park. We shared snacks we bought, and sometimes we'd read our favorite picture books together. And I even made a friend.
そう思うと嬉しくて。だから私はどうしてって聞けなかった。
Hey, どうして? Why are you always alone? Why do you always look so lonely? Even when we talk together. Even when we read the fun picture books we exchange. Even that time when we shared an umbrella and I walked her home. Behind her thank you as she smiled at me. It always felt like a lonely feeling was hidden deep inside her. Hey. Why?
どうしてあの時、最初に会ったあの雨の日に、あなたはどうして一人ぼっちで泣いていたの？
I couldn't ask her that, no matter what. Because if I asked, I felt like our relationship would instantly end. I was scared for no reason.
私、もしかすると嫌な予感がしていたのかもしれないんだよ。
It was that one rainy day. She came just like always, but she was soaking
い
wet.
つもより寂しいがずっと強く浮かんだ顔で、あの子は、お友達は私に言ったの。
My kind, cute friend, please, I beg you. Tomorrow will surely will be sunny. It's not our promised rainy day, but please, I want you to meet me here again tomorrow.
そう言ったあの子は、これまでで一番寂しそうな、悲しそうな顔をしていたから。
So we promise to meet at the park tomorrow, rain or shine.
次の日、約束の日、大河に公園まで送って行ってもらった日だね。
Oh, damn.
私は雨の日以外で初めてあの子に会いに出かけて行った。
Wait, so the day before that was rainy, but didn't they, Taiga and the friend group, went flower viewing? Like, I don't know, man. Maybe it was raining, but I don't know.
持たせてもらったお姉ちゃんのお弁当をあの子にあげようって思った。お姉ちゃんの美味しいご飯を食べたらね、きっとあの子は笑顔になってくれるって思ったから。
But my friend still hadn't come. Morning and then noon passed. It was snack time. She's not coming. What's wrong? Did something happen? I started to worry she got into an accident, got injured, got sick. Such anxieties bubbled up in my heart. I knew her house, because I'd walked her home once before when she didn't have an umbrella. Should I go check on her? Would that be a bother? Would she hate me? I was wondering what to do. Lost in thought when evening. Just as the goodbye signal, that song began to flow through the town. Ah.
よかった。あの子はやってきてくれた。
It didn't seem like she was injured or had gotten seriously ill. I was relieved, but I could smile too, but
早い。すごく。
human children truly grow fast. Girls especially grow incredibly fast, both in mind and body. Just one day, just one night. I don't know what happened to her, but in just that short amount of time, she...
あの子は大人になってしまっていたんだよ。
Toya's friend became an adult overnight. That's why she couldn't see Toya anymore. Just one night. In such a short time, I wonder if something happened that made her heart choose to become an adult. The girl who came to the bus stop, Toya's precious friend. It's too late. You're incredibly late, you know. At first, Toya said it as if playfully teasing her friend, but her friend was unresponsive to Toya's words. She sat on the bench, looked around restlessly, but she never even tried to look at Toya. Toya's figure was never reflected in her eyes. Toya-chan, I wonder if she went home. Such a murmur. Is a sunny day no good? Such a sigh. So, if it doesn't rain, she won't come after all. Looking up at the sky near dusk, where no rain fell, my friend made a lonely face again.
違う。ここだよ。ここにいるよ。お願い。気づいて。
I tried shaking my friend's shoulder,
私はここにいるんだよ。
but Toya's voice didn't reach. But perhaps just the faint presence of that gentle touch was conveyed. My friend looked around curiously. My friend made a sad face. With a lonely voice, she called out Toya's name.
嫌だ。ダメだよ。お願い。泣かないで。
I don't want you, or any of you, to make sad faces. I don't want you to feel lonely, because that's just how we're made. Toya tried to hold hands with my friend. I wanted to tell her I'm right here. Even if you can't see me, even if you can't hear me anymore, I'll always be watching over you. I'll always want to be by your side when you're lonely. But it was no good. This time, I couldn't even touch her. Toya's fingertips passed through my friend's body, and I knew it was goodbye. A farewell. The time for goodbye. The time my role ends. It was a time for farewells with my friend and with human children, which Toya must have repeated countless times.
あの子が私を見えなくなってしまったということは、あの子の心が大人になれたということだから。
It surely meant she no longer needed Toya. Toya understood it that way. We live to comfort lonely children. It's even fair to say we were given life in this world for that sole purpose. That's why Toya realized it. She understood. That child, just like all the friends before her, could no longer see Toya, and Toya's voice could no longer reach her. I see. This child is fine now. My role is over, I thought.
だけど、あの子の寂しい気持ちは終わってないの。
If, within her heart, within her Yoru, a lonely someone is still shrouded in tears.
お願い、タイガー。あの子の悪夢を切り取ってあげてほしい。
If not, then surely, even more painful things await the children's heart from now on. And if that child's lonely Akumu disappears from their heart, Toya wants to ask.
大丈夫？もう平気？もう寂しくはない？
If she could confirm that if the child could smile at Toya and say, yeah, Heiki, I'm okay. I'm not lonely anymore.
私はあの子に笑ってさよならが言えるよ。そしておめでとうって伝えることができる。
She could wish that much happiness reigns on that friend's life, even after she's no longer her friend. Wait, sorry, I just noticed something odd with my mouse. Anyway, nothing. The moment children become adults is always sudden. There's never any warning. She couldn't say goodbye or anything to her former friend before. If her wish could be granted,
これから何があっても、どんなことがあっても、 私だけはあなたの味方でいるからねって。大きなお世話かもしれないけれど、最後にそう伝えたい。
To do that, she gathered her courage and go see her again. Last night it didn't work. She made it to the door with me, but from there she got scared. Her courage wasn't enough. She turned back, but Toya wants to fulfill her dream. She continues to wish for it so strongly. What kind of existence was she to that child? Had she truly become a friend? Had she been able to wipe away even a little of that child's loneliness? Knowing that might lead to a very sad outcome, but
あの子に素敵なこの先の人生を送りたい。笑顔をあげたい。そのためにタイが、私明日こそ勇気を出してあの子に会いに行きたいよ。
Toya's profile as she said that looked much more mature to me. Yoro no Kuni. I was holding Toya's hand, walking down the Odori. It was sparkling, dazzling time of Yoru. Toya and I, just the two of us, traversed the Yoro no Kuni to finish what we left undone. Tonight's Yume is grand again. I'll look up at the Yozora. Tonight's Yume was passing silently overhead. It was the greatest Akumu that once ravaged through the city, as if to destroy people's hearts. The Yoru no O, a gigantic airship model after its form, a flying whale. Its movements were smooth and mechanical. Its slick silver surface reflected the moonlight, occasionally gleaming dazzlingly. The children dreaming tonight, like the Maho Shoujo of old, will combine their strength, gather their Sozo, and defeat it. Tonight, a stage like that had been prepared within the Yoru by the Neko. It's quite a big event. However, the hearts participating in the stream probably won't remember its contents, even after waking up in the morning. If we could defeat the Yoru no O by tonight, someday I'll be paid coins for shopping at the terminal station of time according to my contributions. It seems there's even a small bonus like that. A mischievous schemer who passed by told me so. And after encouraging us to participate in tonight's stage, they looked up at the noisy night sky as if gazing at something dazzling. It's kinda...
なんだかって
Yeah. Nandaka is like one of those free participation quests you often find in online games, doesn't it? Saying it like that feels it might ruin the subtle nuances that are hard to put into words, but
クエスト？なにそれ？ネット？外国の言葉？
yeah, it's English. It means Vulcan, I guess.
へえ。
So yeah, maybe it's time you started studying Ego too. A sour face. So sour.
いいよそんなの別にいい私いらない
Really? It's pretty fun once you learn it. Hello, everyone.
は？急にどうしたの？意味わかんないそれ面白いの？
I thought I'd try to appeal to you. Cat-like Goya. With the sound of the words. Yeah, you're right. It's not funny. I'm sorry. Her deadpan reply made me a little sad.
とにかくいらないお勉強しない不要なんです私には
She was pouting.
だって大河とこうしてちゃんとお話できてるんだもん別に知らない国の知らない言葉なんて話せなくったっていいよ
That's... Well, you're right. I nodded. You're right. We probably don't need Ego to talk happily together.
うーん
Toya turned away with a huff. Hmm? どうしたの?
別に
Hmm?
別に私と大河は仲良しじゃないけどね
Don't misunderstand, she seemed to say. Toya is selfish, fickle, and cheeky. A little girl who will probably always be at that age. She's really like a free-spirited kitten.
タイガが
Huh?
私たちのお家にやってきたばっかりの頃の小さなタイガがなんだか寂しがりな子に見えたから。だから私仕方なくお話ししてあげてるだけなんだよ。別に私はこの妹はタイガのことなんて全然好きじゃないのです。
What? Huh. Oh, really? I get it. I quickly let go of her hand. I'm not going to hold hands with a girl who says things like that anymore. I won't let you take a bath with me, and I won't eat dinner with you either. I won't even let you sit on my lap. Fine, fine, because Toya is being mean. Taiga-kun has decided to sulk. I tried acting all huffy. Until Toya says, Daisuki Taiga. Oh, wait, that's the other way around. Taiga Daisuki. Taiga-kun will never, ever walk holding hands with Toya again. I said it as a joke, but Toya looked up at me with an incredibly lonely expression. She was dejected and looked like she was about to cry. Somehow I felt guilty. She's actually gonna say it.
好き
She really took it seriously. She said in a small
タ
voice.
イガ大好き
Or what? Is our MC a pedo all this time? What the fuck?
だからダメで話さないで意地悪しないで
Honestly, this little girl, honestly. With a raised smile, I said, it's a lie, don't cry, and held her hand again. Toya sniffled, her little nose running. Well, if you consider like the current situation, you know her current problem in life, man, that's actually not a good joke. But then again, there's a reason why he's a child at heart. Fucking man child. We advanced through the Yoru. Not the dream within this time. It wasn't the indulged imagination. Raced through the night to defeat the Yoru no O. Imitation or join that grand dream. A Tomodachi. Toya's precious Tomodachi. Tonight's the night. To make use of the Kagi Toya clutch, we move forward. We arrive at our destination. Wait, that's a lot of Toya's friend's house, right at the entrance. The last time we came, we turned back here saying I don't have the courage. Tonight, can we go? I asked.
大丈夫そうだよ
Toya smiled.
タイガとお姉ちゃんにお友達のこと聞いてもらったらなんだかちょっとだけね勇気が出せそうだなって思ったから
In Toya's hand was a kagi, a small kagi. Silver. A rainy sky was carved into its hilt. It doesn't look like that, but okay. It could be said that it was the same thing Asahi-san once handed me to enter the Yoru no Kuni and the Yume no Netoko. The kagi now clutched in Toya's palm was for Toya's friend to connect with Yoru. To the Yoru. The relationship Toya, a resident of Yoru, was able to build with that friend. It was that relationship made manifest. Toya inserted the kagi into the door's keyhole. She took a deep breath. Then she turned the kagi. Gently, she turned it. Unlocked. The sound of the closed door opening. Yeah, that is the Umedeko soundtrack door opening thing.
開いた
I mean sound effect. Her voice was filled with relief. The fact that this door opened meant, what if I was the only one who thought of her as a friend? Toya's anxiety about that was for now resolved. It's not enough for only one side to think of the other as a friend. Then a relationship won't be established. The maho to open the heart's door won't materialize. If the door hadn't opened, he would have had to turn back again, along with Toya, who would likely have been even sadder than before. But it's okay. The door opened. Alright, let's go. Let's go make Toya's dream come true. We held hands, and together we gripped the doorknob. From here on, this would be the time to make Toya's dream come true. Next to me, Toya was muttering softly. Sayonara. Thank you, someday again. Words she wanted to convey to her friend beyond the door. She would likely only be able to meet her friend tonight. Human girls grow up very fast, both their hearts and their bodies. That's why she was practicing so she wouldn't miss any feelings or words and could voice them properly.
大丈夫。もう行ける。
Toya nodded. Saying I understand, I nodded too. A thank you and a goodbye. To say them directly, face to face, would surely take a lot of courage, I imagine. You could do it, Toya. Toya's courage. All the time beyond this door. I'll be here right here watching it all. At my words, Toya smiled shyly. And then, after a small exchange of nods, we opened the door together. It is the Umineko sound effect. The open door, the scene that unfolded beyond it, was not inside of a stranger's house. In fact, it wasn't even night. It was daytime. Sanzen town, on the outskirts of town. It was a koen, a building like a rain shelter built in the corner. There alone was the girl. Could that be Toya's friend? The girl was all alone, looking up at the sky. It was raining. Rain was falling. From a sky with not a single rain cloud, a soft, steady rain was falling. The blue sky, however, its atmosphere was like hard glass, cracked in pieces. Through those cracks, a sparkling starry sky peeked through. Hoshisora. It was space. A galaxy. A Hoshisora and constellations I'd never seen before. Shooting stars spilled from the cracks in that sky. Many, many of them rained down upon the earth. Everything I thought were raindrops were tiny lights of stars. They hit the hard road that they're falling onto and pop, disappearing. This is a Yume. I'm inside that girl's Yume, where she sits on the bus stop bench, looking up at the rainy Hoshisora. The girl is all alone, looking at a dreamlike sky. How many times do we have to repeat that? So lonely, so sad, all by herself. A tear falls and slides down her cheek, falling, and bursts on the back of her clenched hand. In that single drop, it seemed as if so many of her sad and lonely feelings were packed.
やっぱり。
Toya bites her lip. A girl crying all alone, even in a dream. Toya's fears had come true. The girl still holds lonely feelings in her heart. It's a Akumu. Somewhere in her heart, Akumu resides, and is raging within her. That's why she looks so sad, so lonely, crying all by herself. Toya runs toward the girl. And then I remembered that stuffed toy. The Akumu back then slipped free of its owner's heart. It was wandering lost like a child separated from everything inside the Yoru. Somewhere inside this dream world, an actual Akumu might be lurking. Time to steel myself. I may need brutal methods against the Akumu, the wounds and ravages, like with that stuffed animal. I've already steeled myself for that. Does my heart really have enough maho? So Zoruku. With that thought in mind, I follow after Toya. I happened to walk by just as Toya was talking to the girl from her group of friends.
大丈夫？どうしたの？
Toya took the crying girl's hand.
ねえ教えて、どうしてあなたはいつも一人ぼっちで泣いてたの？
Toya says this. I want her to tell me if anything is bothering her. If the Akumu that's making you sad is still lingering somewhere in your heart, then I want to return it to the Hiori.
子供の頃に抱えた辛い気持ちをそのままに大人になってしまうと悲しいことが多いから。
That's why I want to take those feelings away from you.
あなたがどんなに辛くても悲しくても今夜からはきっと大丈夫になる。私のお友達が大我があなたの辛い気持ちを悪い夢を
What are
きっ
you?
と倒してくれるから。
For that, I need her to tell me what happened. Otherwise, I won't be able to find where the Akumu is hiding. In her heart or in the dream world.
だからお願い話してほしい。ごめんね、嫌なことをわざわざ思い出させるなんて。そんなのお友達失格だけど。
Toya bit her lip.
でもそれでいい。それで嫌われたって構わない。それであなたが明日から幸せに生きていけるなら、もうあなたが寂しくなくなるのなら、私は。
She whispered that so softly. Toya's voice caught. Toya-chan. The girl murmured. She gazed intently at the downcast Toya. Watching the two of them from behind, I found myself wary of the girl who was staring intently at Toya. It's this girl. Could it be that this very girl, sitting before me now, is a manifestation of her own Akumu? Such a feeling was spreading through my mind. Hey. The girl tilted her head. Still gazing intently at Toya, she said this. Are you okay? Toya looked up. Why were you always so lonely?
寂しそう？私が？
Yeah. I nodded. She nodded, and the girl smiled faintly. Please, my dear friend. The girl squeezed Toya's hand back and spoke. A strange, lonely child. We don't want to leave you alone. Honestly, I want to be with you forever, but as the rumors say, we had to say goodbye now. If that's what our relationship is, please. Please, the girl said, showing tears again. Finally, Mayume. I want you. The small you, like magic, like a miracle to hear it. Saying that, the girl closed her eyelids, as if to hold back the overflowing tears. I want to make that important person's dream come true. My Akumu, it's right here.
ねえどうしたの？
Wait,
なんか痛いの？
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Okay, I'm back. Crying alone in the rainy park, I heard that voice. Oh, the girl has the girl has a sprite. Why didn't they show it much earlier? Why is it only now? And she has a sprite. Wow. I looked up and there was a girl. It was someone I didn't know. The girl repeatedly asked me this. Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere?
ちょっとだけ。
I nodded to the girl whose name I didn't even
ちょ
know.
っとだけ胸のあたりがズキズキして痛いの。
As those words spelled out, no good. It's no good anymore. My own words pierced my heart, and a tiny hole opened. From there, one after another, my painful memories spilled out as tears.
学校で嫌なことがあったの。
Before I knew it, I was talking to her. I'm being bullied. She's being bullied. By her classmates, by her teacher. Myself, unloved by anyone. Myself, clumsy. Myself who hates that self. Oh wait, this is her perspective, so it should be myself. Okay. There was no place for me at school. Even within myself, I couldn't acknowledge a place for the self I hated. So what? That's a common story now. Every school in the country probably has one or two such cases, and it surely exists in the adult world too. There probably aren't that many people who can confidently say they like themselves. Yeah, that's right. This world is full of hardships for both children and adults. And even among those, bullying is already like a cliche for painful things. There's nothing new about it, and it's a common enough story that I'd be scoffed at. With I've experienced that much many times too. So crying over something like that, I can't be so spoiled. Everyone else but me is working hard, diligently every day. Because I'm afraid of being looked at with such exasperation. Because it's sad to be scolded like that. That's why I was crying alone in this rainy park, even though no one was around.
お願い泣かないで
The girl quietly said that. She looked pained, sad, and lonely. She listened to my calm and sorry as if it were her own.
ねえ知ってる悲しそうな女の子この世界にはねたくさんの魔法があるんだよ
The girl said as if caressing my constantly crying heart.
悲しいことがちょっとだけ軽くなる魔法を私知ってるよ魔法
Yeah, that's right. The girl said, nodding.
辛い時とか悲しい時とかそういう時はねなんだか体の内側が重たくなるようなそんな気がしないかなうんそうかもそんな時はね辛い悲しいとっても寂しいそんな気持ちが体とか心の中とかにいっぱいいっぱい詰まっちゃってるのだからねそんな辛い気持ちを言葉にして体の外に出してあげられればそしたら少しほんの少しだけかもしれないけれど体の重さが軽くなってたくさん大丈夫になるんだよってお姉ちゃんが言ってたお姉ちゃんがそうそれはきっとね誰もが使える魔法の一つなんだよって私の大好きなお姉ちゃんは魔法使いなの他にもたくさんの魔法を知ってるよ
So the girl said she wanted to try one of the maho her One-chan taught her.
この魔法はね聞いてくれる人と話してくれる人が必要で一人ぼっちじゃできない魔法だからこの魔法を覚えていつかお姉ちゃんみたいな魔法使いになりたい私に協力してくれたら嬉しいな
The girl said with a smile, but her expression also seemed to be trembling somewhat. This girl is probably like me. A shy girl just like me. In truth, she's not the kind of girl who can casually talk to a stranger like me. But she's pushing herself for my sake, trying hard and talking to me. Man, Hada would have enjoyed if one of her friends were as thoughtful as this girl, man. Anyway, I could just feel that way for no reason. So I decided to talk too. I decided to try out that girl's maho.
クラスのとある子に目をつけられたのみんなその子の言いなり
Everyone, not wanting to be disliked by her, did unpleasant things only to me, just as they were told. Not just my classmates, even the teachers join in. There are children who can skillfully manipulate adults, making them do as they wish. These clever children, and they are not uncommon. It was hell. Everything was nothing but bottom of hell. Words spilled from my mouth endlessly. All the unpleasant things that had piled up in my heart. Things that made me sad and frustrated. Just remembering them makes my tears stream endlessly. I told everything. Absolutely everything. To that girl I didn't even know the name of.
そう、
The girl closed her eyes.
すごいね。
すごい？
すごいよ。あなたは毎日すごくとっても頑張ってるんだね。
That's why she said I was amazing. At those words, I cried. I had always wanted to be treated kindly. Someone, just a little bit, would be fine. Someone, please. I wanted someone to care about me. It even felt like that tiny, tiny dream had come true. Tears streamed endlessly, as if she understood all my feelings. That girl who suddenly appeared. Until the rain stopped, until my words stopped. All the while, she simply stayed quietly by my side, never leaving.
雨が降る日はまた公園で会おうね。
That girl and I made that promise. It was a rainy day, as if the whole world was crying. It's okay to cry your heart out, or at least in a corner of the world that feels like a flood of tears. She said that and smiled. She forgave my weakness. She looked about my age, but sometimes she'd show a maturity in her words and profile far, far beyond mine. She was a mysterious girl. She was always alone. I never once see her with any other friends. She always seemed a little lonely. What was she doing before she met me? Had she been all alone this whole time? She and I were two of a kind. We were quite similar. That's why I felt at ease when I was with her. We spent many rainy days together, but we still didn't even know each other's names. We called each other sad girl and lonely girl, like a secret code. Whenever something bad happened, I started to look forward to rainy days.
あのね、今日もお話聞いてくれる？もちろんだよ。
On rainy days, I headed to the koen first thing in the morning, and she was always there before me. Sakura no Mori, the only park in Sanzen town. It was the covered rest area in its corner. Sakura no Mori. Anyway. Pitter patter, pitter patter. The rain fell. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Her words wouldn't stop.
私をいじめるクラスの子も先生もみんな私が早くいなくなってくれればいいってこの世界に間違って生まれてきたってことを早く気づけばいいのにってそのことに早く私が気づけるように自分たちがそのお手伝いをわざわざしてあげてるのにってひそひそひそひそ言ってたよ。
During lunch, during the time when all the close friends ate with their desks pushed together. To me, always pushed into the corner of the classroom. All alone, eating a lunch that was a little dirtier than everyone else's. To me, they were whispering with a smile, in a voice loud enough for me to hear.
私は嫌われてる。いなくなればいいのにって思われてる。誰も私のこと好きだと思ってくれないのに、ここにいていいって言ってくれないのに、それなのにどうしてそんな場所でそんな世界で生きていかなきゃいけないのかな。
No matter what, my body and heart would tremble. Taking my hand like that,
あなたは
the girl said,
あなたはそんな人たちに嫌われて正解なのかもしれないよ。嫌な人に好かれるってことは 多分それは自分もその人たちと同じ嫌な人だからだよ。嫌な人に嫌われる人はいい子だからだよ。だからあなたは誰かをいじめるような嫌な子なんかじゃないってことだよね。それだけであなたの勝ちだよ。
I don't know, man. I mean, that might be true, but you know what? I'm borrowing Taiga's words. It might feel a little irresponsible to say that. I mean, sure, you won morally, but like, that doesn't stop the bullying. So let's continue for now.
今は辛いかもしれないけれど、世界は物語は絵本の中ではいつだって嫌な人が最後に負けるようにできてる。泣いてた子が最後に笑うの。そうでしょ？
Well, maybe it helps at least to bring her confidence, you know. A person would be able to act on something if they're in a position where they could think of something else rather than wallowing in their despair. But you know, if they're struggling, you know, they get tunnel vision. So maybe that is a good advice. I don't know, man. Let's continue. The lonely-looking girl smiled brightly. She smiled at me. I felt like that was a signal for Maho. When I looked at her smile, we waved goodbye, promising to meet again on the next rainy day. My heart felt just a little lighter. But just as there's no night that doesn't end, there's also no blue sky, Aozora, that doesn't fade. Her Maho certainly had a temporary effect, but that was all. Sad things, kanashimi, lonely things, painful things. Nothing like that ever disappeared from my world. Even the next day, unpleasant things lined up and came right before me. But it's strange. As rainy days accumulated, as I tried her Maho again and again, a little, just a little bit, my heart had become able to avert its gaze from the night-colored thoughts in my head. I noticed that about myself. Okay, yeah, I guess that really does help. Yeah, being able to at least get out of that mindset. I guess that is a lot. Instead, my eyes were drawn to small happy things. I noticed that about myself. Tonight's dinner was my favorite beef stew. Oishi. I murmured, my cheeks relaxing. I'm surprised. Because my cousin was crying when she saw me like that. I realized that until now, my cousin had been making all my favorite foods every night. Every day, waiting for me to come home. And that had been happening ever since I started getting bullied. What is your Akasan doing? It looks like she's aware you're being bullied. No matter how much I cried and screamed, leave me alone! And slammed my door shut. It was always like that. Every day, every night. Always. You were worried, Okasan. Because you've been so down lately, Okasan. I felt like if I asked what happened, you'd feel even more sad. And I was scared. But it's good. She smiled for me. I'm also anxious and worried that I might never see her smile again. What should I do? You said, Okasan. And see, Okasan had somehow noticed how tough things were for me every day. And for me, who thought that toughness was embarrassing and couldn't talk to anyone about it. Gomenne. Okasan just says it. Gomenne, Okasan. For being absolutely no help at all. Is this sentence basically saying her mom saying sorry because she couldn't do anything for her child? What? Even though you're this important to me. Okasan burst into tears and hugged me tight. I've realized one more thing. Unless their mom's like, I'm not gonna intervene into my child's affairs. I want her to learn how to grow by herself or some shit. Because right now it feels as if her mom's being useless. And so far we have no evidence of the cope idea I had just now. There's someone who's always on my side, just close to me. I was never alone at all. Ever since I was born into this world, ever since then, it's always been that way. I want a kind person who's more on my side than anyone else to always be right beside me. That was my Yume. And it took me this long to realize even that. The next rainy day, the lonely looking girl said to me,
もう悲しいことはなくなった？どうして？だって何かいいことがあったって顔に書いてあるよ。
She's been smiling at me all morning long. She said that and smiled.
実はね、こんなことがあったんだよ。
I talked about Okasan. Okasan who's been worrying about me this whole time. She cried so much for me, my Okasan. She held me tight and I cried my eyes out. I told Okasan everything that had been so hard up until now. Okay, I get it. Her Okasan decided to not act until she said something about it. I don't know about that. I mean, Itoya, did it exist? You know what I mean? I mean, it's true that, it's hard to know. I mean, your child is just telling you to leave you alone, and you could probably brush it off as something like, maybe she's going through her rebellious phase or whatever, I don't know. Okasan said, "You'll be alright now," she said. "Thank you for telling me. You promised me you'll never let anything sad happen to me again, didn't you?" I was happy. I felt relieved. Hey, are you listening? I wasn't alone. That lonely girl in Okasan's arms, warm as the sun, like spring. Remembering that moment, I cry again. Something huge, something even bigger than Maho, I was allowed to have. There was that night, and I spoke of it.
さあ、よかった。
That girl was smiling at me. She looked so happy, like she was finally at ease.
あなたが笑うの、私も初めて見れて嬉しいな。
But to think of it, today is the first time. For this lonely-looking girl, it was the first time I ever had someone listen to me about anything other than my overwhelming pain and suffering.
もう大丈夫なんだね。
She repeated that again and again.
辛いことはもうなくなった？辛いことだけじゃない。悲しいことも寂しいことも全部ここに置いていかないとダメだよ。あなたたちには子供の時間に生まれた辛い思いを抱えたまま大人になるとどうしてか辛いことがたくさん起きてしまうことが多いから。
The lonely-looking girl pressed her lips together tightly. Then she lowered her face. She looked so lonely. The loneliest I ever seen her. I didn't want to see that expression, even though you lightened my heart and body so much until now. Even though I found something greater than Maho, but you, even now, still look lonely. Arigato. I wanted to say that. Truth is, that day, the first day I met you, I was going to make that I was going to make that day my last. Because there were too many things I hated. Because only sad things kept happening. I thought it was rude that this world, that Kami-sama hated me. So I decided to end it. I was thinking of the best way to do it in the rainy part. But then you called out to me. Saying goodbye to this world became a little scary. And with that little maho you gave me, my kokoro, which had stopped reading, seemed to slowly regain its color. So I...
今度はあなたの夢を叶えてあげたい。ありがとう。一人ぼっちの女の子。私はもう平気。大丈夫だよ。
I want the kind person who will always be on my side, more than anyone else, to be by me. The Yume of mine, with the kokoro you lighted with your maho. I could slowly but surely make it come true. But you know, I realized one more thing.
きっと私だけじゃないよね。ねえ、寂しそうな女の子。なんだか不思議な小さな子。あなたはきっとここで雨降りのこの公園でこれまで私みたいな子たちの心をたくさんいっぱい引き受けていてくれたんだよね。
There are many rumors in this Sakura no Mori. I recently learned uwasa among them about something that appears in the park on rainy days, taking on the lonely feelings of children. I felt like your maho, while surely lightening our hearts, had been making you lonely all this time.
だから教えて、女の子。あなたの夢を教えてほしい。これまであなたが魔法をかけたたくさんの子たちの代わりにお礼がしたいよ。
And I wish to erase even a little of your Sabishi profile. That's what I wish. That's what I pray for.
私の夢。
I never even thought of such a thing. That's what her wide-eyed face was saying. She closed her eyelids. I gently tried touching her chest. And then after just a little time passed,
私の夢は
she said, gently looking up at the rainy sky.
お友達と遊びたい。一度でいいからお友達と遊んでみたかった。
It was a tiny voice, hesitantly, as if handling words that would bring punishment just by speaking them. I'm sorry. Until now, I've only ever talked here. Only ever had my stories heard. But I never spent time playing with this girl. I felt like it wasn't just me. Surely no one ever thought of this girl as a friend. Always alone, all by herself. Never alone to join anyone. And I, who could finally imagine your feelings. Tears spilled. Gomen. Hontoni. Gomen. Mina and I had only pushed unpleasant words onto this kind girl. Once useless, we'd forget her. And her time here, as if it never happened. Never visiting again. It would still wait for us. Alone. Here on another rainy day. That's awful. It's too much. I felt like I finally understood the true nature of your lonely feelings for the first time.
約束。
I made a pinky promise with the girl.
今度は雨の降っていない晴れの日に会おうね。そしていっぱい遊ぼうね。絶対絶対だよ。
I nodded firmly at the bewildered girl. What's your name? I asked her. Toya. She answered. written as Juyo no Yoru, pronounced Toya. I smiled, telling her it was a beautiful name. She said my name was wonderful too.
ありがとう。私の名前を聞いてくれたの、あなたが初めてかもしれないよ。
She smiled. She smiled for me, happily as if relieved. Her cheeks, as she thanked me, seemed to glow ever so slightly. We looked up at the sky together, knowing the rain hadn't stopped. I looked forward to the next clear day, to play a lot, to laugh a lot, and to have her tell me about her loneliness. Then, I hope her heart would feel lighter. And if I could make her dream come true, if I could make my small, kind friend smile a lot, this time, I wanted to ask her, "Are you okay now?" Just like when she first asked me, "Are you okay now? Are you fine now? Are you not lonely anymore?" To ask her that when we said goodbye. And if she smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm fine now. I'm not lonely anymore. It's okay. I'm fine too. I could leave this town with peace of mind." That's what I felt. I was going to transfer schools. A school in another town far, far away. I was told that my place, my Okasan was born, that was the place my Okasan was born and raised. In that place, Konobasho, where many kind people live, we would begin our new life. Good to know. She really just needed to talk to her mom, man. I guess a lot of kids also do that. They don't talk to their parents. But then again, some parents, I don't know, man. It differs case to case. Let's continue for now. A new place was scary. Kind people might not necessarily be kind to me too, but that'd be okay. Even if something sad happened, I'll be fine. From now on, Okasan would be by my side. She'd be on my side. My yume had come true. But there was just one thing I'd left undone in this town. The rainy Sakura no Mori, Sanzen town. Leaving that girl behind here was something I just couldn't stop worrying about. My otomadachi, whom I could only meet on rainy days. A lonely looking girl. Always all alone. I had believed that the maho she taught me had made my yume come true. So this time I wanted to become someone who could make not just her yume come true, but also someone else's, many people's yume come true. It was a promise born for that wish, that guy in prayer, that if we left the park together on a sunny day and went out, it would surely be fun. Because a world like that felt like it would sparkle and shine. Because the mirai I envisioned brought a feeling much like a smile into my heart, just like precious maho. But the rain wouldn't stop. Only sparkling tears poured down upon the world. The sakura petals quietly scattered. The day of goodbye was approaching. Days went by when I couldn't greet her. Even when I went to the koen on a rainy day, she wasn't there, nowhere to be found. I believed that she, too, was waiting for the promised day. "Ne, why don't you leave town with me? Let's live together in my new home forever." I'd invited her that way on the day we made our promise to play together. That way, we could play together anytime. We could be friends forever and ever, I said. I think that was probably because deep down, my heart knew the girl was different from ordinary kids. I think it was because deep down I had a premonition that if I ever got separated from her, we would never be able to meet again.
ありがとう。
The word she murmured with a smile came back to
あ
me.
なたの約束、すごく嬉しい。あなたと一緒にお引っ越し。そんなお誘いも素敵だなって思う。
She tilted her head slightly, still
みんな
smiling.
私のことを忘れてしまうけど、私だけがいつまでもずっと忘れられないままでいるけれど、そんな私なんかにこんなお誘いや約束をしてくれたのはあなたが初めて。それだけで私の夢は叶ったような気がするよ。でもね、きっとね。ごめんね。あなたはやっぱり全部忘れてしまうよ。
Her lonely smile pierces my
あ
chest.
なたのことを信じていないわけじゃない。ここで出会えたあなたたち全員のことも同じだよ。みんな傷つきやすくて、だからとっても優しい人だったから。ただね、あなたたちはみんな大人になる生き物で、そして私たちはそういう生き物だから。だからそれでいいんだよ。
She said that as if singing. She gazed at me with the same slightly lonely smile and said, "Let's just forget everything."
今日までのことは全部きれいにさっぱり忘れてしまえばそれでいい。人はみんな辛いことを忘れることで生きていけるようになる生き物なんだって。そんな風に生きるから幸せになれる生き物なんだって。だからね、悲しそうだった女の子、今はもう嬉しそうな顔の女の子。辛かった気持ちも言葉もそして記憶も全部ここに、この時間の中に置いていければそれでいいんだよ。私はそのためにずっとここにこうしているんだから。
So, please, don't worry about me, she says.
だけどね、私の大切なお友達、もしも全部忘れてしまってもお願いね。悲しい気持ちにだけはならないで。私のことなんてこれっぽっちも気にしないで。お願い、幸せに生きてね。
Bro, the line was mentioned. Live happily. Anyway.
私はここからあなたのことをずっと応援してるから。ずっとここで、ずっとここから。ねえ、嬉しそうな顔の女の子、忘れないでね。私いつもあなたのそばに幸せな魔法がありますようにって祈ってるよ。
The girl who says such grown-up things.
お姉ちゃんたちの決め台詞を真似てみたの。
She showed me a childish smile, as if asking, how was it? Was it cool? And will I be able to become a Mahou Sky, like my One-chan? Wait, I'll be right back. My humidifier just died. Okay, I'm back. Actually, my humidifier, I just realized I haven't cleaned it this week, so it's I'm having it soak with some sanitizing agents. So in the next 20 to 30 minutes from now, I would pause again because I need to throw out the water. Then another 20 minutes to remove the excess, to clean it up, and then should be filled up. But I'm just planning to finish the whole arc for Toya if I could do it tonight, and then I'm gonna call it in. I swear. I make a promise. I won't forget. I won't forget ever. I don't know what happened to the other girls, and I can't even understand what rules this world, this time is bound by, but I will absolutely never forget you. Meeting you stopped the rain inside me. I feel like I found so many sparkling stars in the pitch black night. And my Yume came true. I also found a new Yume. There's no way I could forget such a wonderful encounter. So I'll make a promise. Right here, no matter what. This time, let's meet here on a sunny day. That's what we promise. I wish it would hurry. I wish a sunny day would come soon. Holding hands, the two of us looking up at the sky. We were patiently waiting for the day we could fulfill our promise. I had come to the koen, a rainy koen. I took shelter from the rain in the covered rest area. Alone, I looked up at the sky. Something painful had happened. Something sad had happened. Tears spill. Sleepless nights continue on and on. The nights I spent alone were painful. Then my feet naturally led me here. My Yume was to become a school teacher. That was my new Yume. I won't let any child who's feeling sad be alone. Just like I once was. Absolutely not. To achieve that Yume, I studied a lot. Being bullied was painful, and I had no mental space. My studies, which had been falling behind back then, gradually became something I excelled at. My Okasan, who had been a teacher before she got carried, taught me constantly. I'm sure I loved those times we worked hard together. Wait, what? Her mom was, she should be aware of bullying, the signs of bullying or something like that. Maybe there's a reason why she had to wait. I don't know, man. There were some difficult things and some happy things. Every time such moments came around, I cried with my Okasan, laughed with her, got angry with her. After all that time, I was able to achieve my new Yume. I worked hard as an elementary school teacher. I was always searching for a way to make all of the children smile. Even so, the harder I tried, the more things went wrong. Each time, Okasan encouraged me by my side. It's okay. Don't push yourself. Even teachers aren't perfect. Mistakes are fine. Your chosen path is the right answer for you. The many words my Okasan gave me still shine within me like a twinkle of stars. When I can't help but think of that, my chest ached. Tears kept falling endlessly. My Okasan left on a distant journey. I'm alone. I became all alone. Oh, distant journey. Oh. The person who smiled and said they'll always be my ally is gone. Nowhere to be found. I want to encourage children. I'll become a sensei like my Okasan. My Yume was fulfilled, but I lost one big Yume. After that, nothing went right. I was lonely. It hurts. I'm lonely. Somewhere, it's cold.
いじめられっ子は子供の世界だけじゃない。大人の世界にもいるんだよ。
In the pouring rain sitting on a bench in the rest area, I muttered to no one in particular.
子供の頃はまだ良かった。気づけば誰かが守ってくれていた。いじめられていればかわいそうにねと哀れんだり、一緒に悲しんでくれたりもした。いじめはいけないことだと怒ってくれる人もいた。そういう大人が探せばどこかに一人はいてくれた。
Both evil and good. We're 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 what? Both evil and good were a world easier to understand than anything else. Um, I don't know about this translation. I think it's word, but it said world.
でも大人になると途端に誰も守ってくれなくなる。わかるよって言って優しく手をつないでくれなくなる。弱い者には誰も近寄ろうとさえしなくなる。自分も弱い者だと思われるのが嫌だから。どころか甘えるなと叱られる。いけないことをそれはダメだと怒って味方になってくれる人がいなくなる。辛くても悲しくても寂しくても自分で考えろと突っぱねられるだけでなく、責任って言葉を盾にして子供がするよりも幼稚なことが平気で許されてしまう。
That's an adult world. Becoming an adult while still holding on to a childish heart is painful. For such a heart, sad things come one after another, a string of bells. I recall the words of such a someone. Hey, someone, am I still not fully an adult? Is my heart still that of a spoiled child? My heart, which was cherished and protected by someone important, was perhaps cherished too much. Did I become vulnerable without realizing it? Is that why, even as an adult, it feels like only painful things keep happening?
教えて。誰か教えてよ。私はただ
I just, Tada, wanted someone to say, yeah, I understand that must have been tough. I only came here, like this, seeking just that. But to whom? To whom exactly? Not being able to remember that was sadder than anything. And I cried. I want to shed more. Many more tears than raindrops in the rain. Thinking that, wishing that, I just cried and cried. Are you okay? A voice called out. The someone I had longed for arrived. I looked up, and there stood a man, a stranger. Is something wrong? Are you all right? He peered into my face, looking worried. After we talked a little, it felt strange. He said that he too used to come here often, on rainy days when he was a child. He talked about his hardships here, but all alone. And somehow after doing so, he'd be able to sleep soundly that night. That's right. I'm alone. I should have been spending the rainy hours here all by myself, but I felt like I wasn't alone. I felt like a dear friend had been here with me. I wonder why. I felt as if that friend had called me. So when he came here on a whim, she found me crying alone. Was this the person I've been waiting for? Was I that person's friend? I don't understand. I don't know anything anymore. I'm forgetting something important. I don't want to forget it, but I absolutely shouldn't have forgotten it. I stared at my palm. Suddenly, it felt as if someone had held my hand. But it's empty. I stare at my empty palm.
どうして
Tell me, Tarika,
どうしてさよならはあるの？
why do we have to say goodbye to important people? Only this helpless impatience remains here. I became sad. Tears welled up again. Somehow, I felt like I was doing something truly terrible. It felt like I was casually breaking a precious promise that I shouldn't have broken. Gomenne. Gomenne. Gomen. Sigh. Tears rain. Apologies flow without sobbing. The wind blew. A crumpled flyer drifted to my feet. There I found it.
丈夫。
On the back of the flyer, I found the words written in marker.
何があっても、どんなことがあっても大丈夫。忘れないで。ずっとずっとあなたのことを応援してる。だから頑張れ。悲しそうな女の子。祈ってる。あなたの隣にいつも素敵な魔法がありますように。あなたの未来にたくさんたくさんの笑顔がありますように。
Tears overflowed. I kept in contact with the man I met in the park that day, our connection never breaking. For some reason, we just clicked. He was a kind person. At the same time, he was someone who held a powerful something within his heart, like an unbreakable light. But he was also just as lonely as I was. So from then on, we were never alone. As we exchanged words, feelings, and memories, I realized one more thing. It seemed his Kazaku had some rather unique circumstances. Simply put, it was a Kazaku that inherited artistic traditions. To be more precise, they were a family of artists, or so I heard. Painting, theater, gagaku. What is gagaku? Gagaku is ancient court music and dance of Japanese imperial court. Okay, that is very artistic. And so on. Even their relatives each had their own specialty. While not quite prominent masters in their field, they seem to have lived in this town for generations since ancient times. Entering a family that valued traditions was quite a courageous thing to do. But I wonder which of us confessed our feelings first. For some reason, it felt very natural for us to be together. We vowed our lives to each other, and I continued teaching while supporting my husband's family business. I saw up many children. As I grew older, I somehow became more prone to tears. Before I knew it, I started to dislike cherry blossom season, spring, haru. I barely kept my emotions in check to say congratulations to each student leaving the nest, otherwise I would have cried. Time passes, much faster than the cherry blossoms fall swiftly. In our hearts and bodies, just the right amount of wrinkles and scars slowly accumulated. We smiled, fingertips almost touching, wondering if spending our lives together wouldn't be so bad. It was then we were finally able to have a child. We were blessed with a healthy baby boy, our firstborn. His family rejoiced. They even held a grand festival for us. His Oji-chan, Oba-chan, and his elderly One-san. They not only celebrated among themselves, but also boasted to the town people. A grandchild born. My daughter-in-law did it. So cute. Like her. It was a little embarrassing, but still, it made me so happy. Another happy thing had been added to my life. The joyous banquet lasted all night long. The dazzling, sparkling scene was one my partner and I watched with really smiles. Now, let's give this happiness a name. We named him Toya. Oh, that's an interesting coincidence. My partner and I laughed together, agreeing it was a good name, and I can still remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. And then I felt a little lonely again and sad. There was also nights when we cried together over things we couldn't remember. We've forgotten something very important. Not being able to remember it made me so sad. I remained lonely for a long time. But each time we realized something. Someone was always cheering us on. Someone was always there praying for our happiness. Even though I couldn't remember anything, I knew that much was true. So many Sugokuro taksan. I was able to overcome sad, lonely times with my beloved partner. And each time I found so many happiness in life. We had always kept searching for that someone we wanted to celebrate the happiness with.
ああ、やっ
と思い出せたよ。
It's a pure white hospital room. Even just muttering a small soliloquy is painful now. My life will soon end. It's my time. I live well. So well. My hands are wrinkled, my hair is pure white. Mashiro. I only need a little food now. I've started spending most of my days dozing off.
そろそろ会えるよ、お母さん。私の大好きだった人。
My partner who lived alongside me also departed for a distant place a few years ago. But I wasn't alone. My son Toya, why is the spelling of Toya different now? Brings my adorable Chan child to visit me in my hospital room almost every day. Toya has grown into such a fine man, and it seems he's taken over that person's unique family business. Writing mystery novels or some shit. Anyway, let's continue. Apparently, he's now a well-known artist, mainly working on paintings and stage productions. I'm completely clueless when it comes to that sort of thing. The venues where my son's works were presented were so unusual. That might have also contributed why I couldn't grasp them. Even so, I love my son's paintings and his stage productions, because everything he created felt it was sparkling and overflowing with feelings that wished for someone's happiness. It was as if he stood by those who carried feelings of sadness, loneliness, and a little pain. Because all of his works convey those kinds of feelings in various places. And among all the works my son creates, my absolute favorite comes to my hospital room today with a cute smile. An adorable, adorable girl. She said she'll be 10 this year, didn't she? Her name was... Nandake. I can't remember. What a homeless grandma I am. Both my mind and heart have completely turned into a grandma's. But in their place, my childhood memories are resurfacing. Only that child. Yes, I could remember her as if it were just yesterday. Someone once said that as you get older, your heart returns to that of a child. Perhaps something like that is at play.
今日は雨が降っているのね。
I look out the hospital room window. Cherry blossom season. A rainy day.
あの子は今日もあそこで誰かがやってくるのを待っているのかしら。
My chisai otomodachi I met when I was a child. A girl who must continuously pray for many children to get well. And surely she must have carried just as many lonely feelings. A chisai mahotsukai. I loved her so much. I wanted her to smile. I didn't want to see her lonely face anymore. Even though we made a yakusoku for that very reason. Even though she said arigato to me, I had forgotten. I'm no different, just like the other children who left her alone. Hidoi. Sugoku no hidoi. That child is probably still alone, even now. I probably didn't do that right. Anyway, and that rainy koen still alone, waiting for my sad self.
あの頃みたいに寂しそうな顔をしてあの子ばかりが辛い思いを押し付けられて
Forgotten as if discarded once their use was over.
それでもずっといつまでもずっと私たちのことを応援し続けていてくれるのかな
Tears welled up. We always thought only of ourselves. But you always thought only of us. Even if we've forgotten, even if left behind, even if promises weren't kept. You just kept always cheering us on. That's just too lonely, isn't it?
お願いね私の可愛い宝物
I held the small hand of my small grandchild, who said they loved me so very
も
much.
しもあなたにもあの子と出会えるようなことがあったなら 私の代わりにあの子のお友達になってあげて。
And I want you to grant that child's Yume in my place. In the place of us who couldn't do anything.
あの子にありがとうって言いたかった。
But it's good sayonara for now. The time for goodbye is almost here.
あの子と一緒にいっぱいいっぱい遊びたかった。
And then,
もう大丈夫って、もう寂しくはなくなったって。今度は私があの子にそう言ってあげたかったな。
I never could have seen that child smile one last time.
私の人生、私の時間、もう誰にも文句を言わせないくらいのハッピーエンドになるのにな。
I had to pause. It's almost time for my switch to water at my humidifier. Ooh. I have to pause now. Okay, I'm back. The Yume within a Yume ended there. Toya's expression was frozen, as if she had forgotten how to breathe. I wanted to be your friend too, the girl said. Toya's new friend. The grandchild of the sad girl. Toya's friend from long, long ago. Grandma told me so. So much about you at the hospital. I love you so much. After hearing your story, the one that made my sad grandma smile, I came to love you too. I wanted to meet you too. The day I had to say goodbye to grandma. When I thought about my precious loved ones, someday dying before me, I became so sad and scared that I could go into the park on rainy days because I wanted to tell you it's okay, you see. That's why. So I, in grandma's place, wanted to ask, Daijobu, are you not lonely anymore? I hope we could play together a lot. A whole lot. Enough for you to smile, and for me to be able to say such things. Because I love both you and Grandma, Obachan, so much. Saying that, the girl shed tears. Obachan wanted to meet you. Ever since she remembered you for a long, long time. But by then, Obachan can't even leave her hospital room anymore. Whether it was rainy or sunny, she no longer had the strength to visit her friend anymore. Obachan wanted to say, I want to meet you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. I'm sorry for being such a terrible friend. If you could forgive me, I want to play with you one last time. And if I could just say, Mata Ashta with a smile, say that to me and only me, Obachan is no longer here. It was just the other day she departed. It was old age, a peaceful death, having lived over 90 years. Watched over by her loving family and her hand held by her beloved grandchild. Quietly, just as if falling asleep, closing her eyelids. Her life into the Yoru, deeply, quietly regretting that she couldn't fulfill just one promise. The grandchild, her heart. The moment her beloved Obachan passed away, she must have taken a step towards adulthood. My otosan, my okasan too. They must be sadder than I am. So I mustn't cry. Absolutely not. I had to be strong. That's why I couldn't see Toya anymore. I couldn't feel Toya anymore because Toya Asahi-san and Kuro are all friends we can only meet when we're children. Could a heart that underwent such a forceful growth process truly live out the rest of its time happily? Toya's otomodachi, I murmur. A girl with a sad face. I try whispering again, and then I ask the girl, Toya's new friend, about when did your Obachan pass away. She said exactly 1 week tonight. What do you mean? I asked her to tell me the exact date and time. She said my Obachan passed away just a little before morning came. She added before dawn a week ago. She mused. I think it'll be exactly 1 week and then just a few more minutes. I see. A week ago, huh? But to be exact, it hasn't been quite a full week yet, has it? It'll be a week in just a few minutes. Is that understanding correct? She responded, She could do yes, but the girl asked, what about it? The girl tilted her head. Toya beside her did the same. No, wait. I wanted Toya to understand what I was getting at. Because you're a resident of the Yoru. Toya, let's go see your friend. Oh, she should be in the train station. Right? She looked up in surprise. You can never meet someone who has died again. But there might still be time if it's within our time, within the Yoro no Kuni. Saying that, I averted my gaze from the night sky. Yozora, it was the clocked hour. I pictured its form in my mind. The colossal structure towering the Yoru was a symbol of endings. Life, heart, even painful feelings. Oh, so they are going to go to the terminus of time. A place where all time has ended is gathered there. It is also the place for them to prepare before heading to their next. Terminus Station of Time. Terminal Station of Time. The name might just be Asahi-san's own doing. She's a bit self-conscious, but what's important now is this. The souls of humans who lived out their lives. Everyone's whether to heaven or hell, or one of the stars in the night sky, or by the side of someone important, or something like that. Before heading to each of those next, they are given a week's grace period within that colossal station. Or so I heard. I tried to recall the knowledge that the Yoru Asahi taught me on some day in my childhood. Within that 1 week, some might make purchases that will be useful for their next life. Others try to somehow make up for their regrets and fulfill wishes that they couldn't fulfill in life. There's also a next where they stay by a loved one's side forever, protecting the person's life. What if Toya's friend is still, even at this very moment, regretting not being able to fulfill their promise with Toya? Beneath the giant tower of endings, they might still be dreaming of meeting Toya just one more time. Let's go, Toya. Saying there's no time, I tried to hold Toya's hand. That day's final train is set for 3 a.m. If you miss it, truly, the two of them will never be able to meet again. It's a farewell. There's no see you tomorrow, not anywhere. But Toya didn't try to grasp my outstretched hand. She just kept her gaze fixed on her feet. Toya, we had to hurry. Tonight marks 1 week. It's the final departure. The night train carries the departed lives. The next will leave. Toya's Tomodachi will surely board that train. 1 week. Hadn't they been using every bit of time given to them? Thinking of a way to meet Toya one last time? That person, whom I want to believe in so strongly, must board tonight's train. No matter what happened. Because souls that can't choose the next after the one week grace period will be trapped within the Yoru. If that happens, they'll simply live, drifting in endless eternity within that giant station's concourse, or eventually within the Yoru no Kuni, they'll transform into Akumu, bloated with painful, sad feelings. If it comes to that, someday, Toya and I must retrieve the girl who became an Akumu. The worst someday. I couldn't deny that future. It could also be called the absolute worst bad end imaginable. To avoid such ultimate end, the best I can think of is at least resolve their unfulfilled wishes and send them on to the next with a smile. Toya, there's no time to play with your friend. To grant Toya's wish, you're too Yume. It's regrettable, but Because even as we speak, time is relentlessly ticking second by second. Even so, if there's anything Toya wants to tell your Tomodachi, even just one last word, no. Just saying goodbye would be enough. No, if you could see them one last time, Toya, your sadness might lighten. Toya's Tomodachi might have lived a happy life, but her grandchild said that even she, who had become a truly old woman, closed her eyelids with a sad expression at the end. The two of them looked sad and lonely once more. So I'll say it once more. Say it one more time. Let's go, Toya. Let's go see your friend. Is there any meaning in just saying goodbye to each other? Is there any value in seeing them just one last time? I couldn't possibly know anything, not a single thing, until I'm there in that moment, but Toya and her friend, if their hearts lighten, our night will be a most meaningful and valuable time. Toya looked up at me timidly, softly.
私のこと、
She said in a small voice.
あの子は私のこと待っていてくれるかな。もう何年も何十年も私たちは会ってない。
Toya, weren't you listening to her grandchild just now? Anyway.
それでもちゃんと私のこと分かってくれるかな。私の顔忘れちゃってたりしないかな。
Toya's eyes were wavering with anxiety. Instead of irresponsibly nodding to Toya, I said, I'm sorry. I don't know that, but...
でも
Yeah, demo, Toya. If you don't go, Toya, your friend might end up waiting in vain. I feel like that possibility is pretty high. I said that and found myself forcing a Ree smile. That's right, a Ree smile. Something like this. No matter how I tried to dress it up with nice sounding words, this thing is nothing more than a lump of my own ego, insisting this is what I want you to do. Because I was at least somewhat aware of that. I end up forcing a Ree smile, almost as a sign of my own inadequacy. Toya stared at me for just a very short while, but
分かった。
she gave a small, gentle nod.
行く。私会いに行きたい。お友達とちゃんとさよならしたいよ。タイガ。
Then Toya took my outstretched hand and smiled
お
faintly.
友達と最後の挨拶もできないなんて。そんなのやっぱりお友達失格だよね。
There's no time. Toya and I and their girl hurried out of the house. A giant clock face. It was almost 3 in the morning, roughly 5 or 6 minutes before the last train departed. How could they get there really quickly though, by the way? Time was pressing, with only 4 or 5 minutes left until the last train departing from Yoru left. Odori of the Yoru no Kuni, a special time where Sozoraku rules all. The clock tower I looked up from here was far away. Even if we ran at full speed from where we were now, it would take us over 20 minutes to get there. Under the time of the sun, it was a place I went to almost every day, the academy. Within the Yoru, its appearance had completely changed. Even so, I have a rough idea how long it would take from around here to that place I always went to. This won't do. Even though Toya had gone out of her way to take my hand, we wouldn't make it. There was no way we could. It was already time to mentally prepare myself to give up. If we run, we won't make it. Not by a long shot. The Yoru no Kuni, where everything I could imagine came true. But if it couldn't defy time, neither extend it nor shorten it. But I put renewed strength to my hand I held with Toya, so that I wouldn't let go of it in midair. We're flying, Toya. Hold on tight.
わかった。
I felt the tightly squeezed strength, and Toya was gripping the girl's hand with her other hand. There were 3 of us, me, Toya, and her friend's cute granddaughter. The 3 of us would go to meet Toya's friend. At the very least, we'd say goodbye. that's what this was for. I wanted to believe that doing so was the closest path to the happy ending for someone's time that would continue from now on. Alright, let's go. Let's begin the Mahotsukai no Toki. Our Maho was a Sozoraku that wouldn't lose to anyone. Muttering that in my heart, like a spell, I closed my eyelids. From the stories I had continuously input in my mind since childhood, I tried to recall an image of someone using power appropriate for this moment. I quietly turned the pages of my mind. A few days ago, that Yoru, I soared high, in a single breath with Haru. For me, it shouldn't have been such a difficult Sozoraku, but Sozo. Something's wrong. I opened my eyelids. It's not working. Soaring through the night, the Yozora. I can't imagine even that simple Maho. Both my feet remain firmly planted on the ground, unwilling to leave. What's wrong with me? Didn't I just do it in an instant the other day? It's strange. Something's wrong. What's going on? The page I turned in my mind were all blank. The Sozoraku I diligently input since childhood was nowhere to be found. Not only that, I couldn't even recall an image for a single moment. It was as if a thick fog had settled in my head. However, I immediately realized the cause. Soka. I haven't been to Asai's workshop lately. The place was a workshop, precisely for creating Maho within myself. For me, a Sozoraku, to put it in a terribly trite way, is like MP. The more Maho I use in the Yoru no Kuni, the more it is consumed from my mind and heart. I had just output Sozoraku like flying through the night Yozora from myself the other day. It was natural that I couldn't do it in the same way.
Taiga, どうしたの?
Koya was looking up at me anxiously. Her voice, her gaze brought me back to reality. I didn't even have time to be exasperated with my helpless self. I had to find something to break through my current situation. What exactly do I need for that? Toya, should I rely on her Sozoraku? I suddenly gazed at the small hand I'm holding. It was her left hand, my dominant. It was my left hand, my dominant hand. And there it was, Yoru. My left hand had been given a special rule. No, that's no good. I shook my head. I knew that was impossible. Our Maho was the Sozoraku second to none. But us, I meant humans. Neko weren't included, no matter how special they were. Sozoraku was a special time granted only to humans. So, no. Wate. Then I suddenly realized I recognized the place we were in. Sanzen Town, a considerably vast area, and within it, the Yoru no Kuni. This back alley we were in wasn't a path I often took, but still. I remember passing through this area countless times over and over again. I muttered to myself and started running.
Taiga, どうするの? どこ行くの?
Go in. I don't have time to explain right now, but let's hurry. If things go well, we might be able to get some help. Towards the home I had suddenly found, pulling the hands of the ruler Toya and the others. I ran towards that place. Please, I beg you, lend us your strength. To the person awakened by the Yoru, I briefly very simply explained the situation about my head. Oh, the dream self of Hiori. Oh yeah, it is Hiori's route after all. Gomen for waking up so suddenly, Hio-chan. The one I was pleading with was Hiori. Yorutsuki Hiori, my Osanana Jimmy. I fucking hate that the last name was not correctly translated. The girl who was once special in the Yoru, her dreaming heart. I'll explain the details later. I'm sorry to ask you this so suddenly, but we have to go there right now, I said, pointing towards the clock tower. Someday 10 years ago. Yorutsuki Hiori, who was a Maho Shoujo, was one who could move freely within this Yoru, just like Hiragi Haru, Ando Chiwa, and Tokage Asusa. I wonder if that's correct for Asusa though, but whatever. Tokage? No, it's Toa, right? Sakura wo Yubi and Bibi. Toa, yeah, Toa as I said. That's why I was like, wait, the name isn't wrong. The name isn't right. We'll make it in time. If I can borrow that part now, we'll make it in time. Without missing the last train, we should be able to head to the base of that tower. It was Asai-san who used you all as Maho 10 years ago. Himokai Asai-san. The Yoro no Mahotsukai. But now I've been entrusted with that Mahotsukai's role. I'm still nowhere near as good as Asai-san was back then. But please, Hio-chan, lend us your strength. It was a coincidence. From Toya's friend's house, I realized that Hiori's jinja was conveniently right nearby, and I ran to borrow her Kokoro. I wonder if Hiori still hasn't fully grasped the situation. She was just staring blankly at the clock tower I pointed to. I felt a sense of urgency. I was well aware that it was a terribly one-sided selfish emotion. But there was no time. That thought countless times squeezed our insides tight. In that moment, Hiori spoke quietly.
何も
Huh? Nani mo?
何も見ていないよねタイガー
Mite. You mean...
それは
Mumbling, Hiori said, "This is the Yoro no Kuni, right?"
夜の中で私の心とか夢だとかそういうの
You haven't been peeking at them, have you? Hiori said this anxiously.
だってその起こされた時なんだかちょうど恥ずかしい夢見ていたような気がして
Hazukashi.
そうひよりちゃん恥ずかしい夢を見ていたの？そうだよ久しぶりだねトウヤまた会えて嬉しいな
By the way, guys, if you're very confused about what's happening, why the hell Hiori's here, despite being able to say that she wasn't able to get to the Yoro no Kuni, you have to remember that when they're talking about that, they're talking about when when they can enter the Yoro no Kuni with their body. Hiori here is you have to remember at the beginning that every person in the town shows up here. So basically this is Hiori in a dream right now. But she has awareness about the Yoro no Kuni and all that stuff. So I guess this is, you could say that she is having the equivalent of like lucid dreaming right now or something like that. Anyway. But I, the me who is no longer Tokubetsu, will probably forget everything once the night ends. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Because for her, this is just a dream. But she has the ability to, but you know, she is aware at the moment. Hiori said that to Toya with a weary smile. And I shook my head at Hiori. No, it's alright. I haven't seen anything. That's right, I haven't seen anything. No, perhaps it would be better to say I couldn't see anything here. In this way, I managed to awaken Hiori's Kokoro, only within the Yoru, which is good, but on that occasion, unlike Toya's friend just now, I didn't glimpse the scenery of Hiori's heart. Hiori and I... Oh, okay. I think they're setting up something here, which will be important for Hiori's route. There's a wall between the hearts of Kanade Taiga and... I keep forgetting her last name. Yorotsuki Hiori. Meaning we are not yet in a relationship where we could share our yume. It was precisely because I was with Toya earlier that I incidentally glanced at her friend's dream because I was holding Toya's hand with this left hand. Okay, they're info dumping why they're already info dumping stuff. But I think Toya's route doubles as like a setup. Toya's plot is like a setup for Hiori's route, so we're having this. I mean, of course, there's a sad story, but and stuff about like Toya being some sort of Neko in the Yoro no Kuni. Let's continue. That means I'm still not capable enough to unleash her Maho. I'm not looking at anything, Hio-chan. That's why I keep repeating it. Because right now, at this very moment, there's something else I need to resolve. Sorry for waking you up so suddenly. I called out to you purely because I wanted your help, Hio-chan. It was such a sudden request. Plus, I had no time to explain any reasons. From Hiori's perspective, it would be an extreme nuisance, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to refuse. Yes, I thought I was prepared for that, but...
わかった。
Hiori nodded, not showing even the slightest hesitation. And then she offered her small hand to me.
タイガたちの事情はよくわかんないけど、とにかく時間がないんだろうなってことは、なんとなく理解できたよ。
You'll tell me the details later, right? Hiori asked. Of course, it's a promise, Yatsuku, I replied.
だったら、タイガ、使っていいよ、私のこと。
Honto? I was the one who woke Hiori up and asked for her help, so it was a bit late to be asking what now, but Hio-chan's being Hio-chan's kokoro. It's okay if I use them as my maho, right? Even so, I still felt a slight hesitation about borrowing the power of a sentient being, using them as maho.
大丈夫ですよ。
Hiori said, tilting her head slightly.
ここは夜の国。つまり、夢の中の出来事なんだよね。
Yeah, that's right.
さっきも思ったけれど、やっぱり目が覚めたら今夜の出来事について、私は全部覚えていない？
Most likely, yeah. That's how it's supposed to be.
ここが夢なら、目が覚めたら全部忘れてしまっていることなら。
Hiori murmured, looking up at me.
私は大河にどう使われてしまっても大丈夫だよ。
What?
エッチなことでも全然平気。
What? What? No, I won't do anything lewd.
本当に？
Tabun. That's an honest answer.
トウヤと一緒にエッチな大河に私たちはエッチな感じで食べられちゃわない？
What? What? Is our MC a pedophile? No, that won't happen. But this wasn't the time to be talking about such things.
時間ないんだよね、大河。
That's exactly it.
今夜、私の心は大河の魔法。
Hiori murmurs.
10年前の夜の中、魔法使いの朝日さんに、この心を自由自在に魔法に変えられていたように、今夜の私は、大河に命じられればそのように、大河の命ずる想像以上に、魔法を広げてみせますよ。
Arigato. I take Hiori's hand, and as our hands touch, I prayed for an unparalleled maho to exist between them and I. It's the trigger. I murmur. And tonight I will transform her kokoro into maho to dominate every single second as I please.
あれ？
It was but an instant, almost simultaneously with me completing that Suzoruku. Hiori's body, still holding my hand, was enveloped in a dazzling light for just an instant. Then, it's just as I imagined. Wow, she's having her Baho Shoujo transformation sequence. Holy shit! When the dancing light faded, there stood the form I had imagined.
おー。
Hiori was blinking her eyes. Amaho Shoujo. Those words should be fitting to describe Hiori's current appearance. I imagine my cute childhood friend to be even cuter, you see. Even as I said that, I felt a certain degree of self-disgust. I, Karede Taiga, hate Maho Shoujo. Kind of base, I guess? Maybe not? I don't know. When I see their sparkling, dazzling forms, no matter what, because I end up remembering the person I couldn't save, because I end up remembering my anger at my own powerlessness. But if I don't do this, I can't make them into Maho in the Yoru, because that's the rule Asai-san made. Now, Hio-chan is my Maho, just for tonight though. Just as I imagined. No, I think it turned out even better than I imagined.
想像通り
Hiori tilted her head. She was patting the small skirt and the scant fabric covering little skin.
なんだかすっごいスースーするよ、タイガ。
The design of the outfit wasn't something I could sozo in such detail myself. My Suzoraku is lacking. That's why 10 years ago I kept dragging everyone down. So that transformation was only possible by borrowing Hiori's imagination, sozo. That means it's also Hiori's ideal Maho Shoujo image that she projects onto herself. No, well, since my own imagined Suzoraku, however weak, is also mixed in, it is a design with a bit of my own desires too. Oh, that would explain why it's breezy.
タイガはエッチなのだね。
Hiori nods, her expression thoughtful.
どうして想像力がうまく働いてくれないって言っていたのに、こういうのはどうしてちゃんと想像できちゃうの？
No, that's wrong, Hiori. This isn't sozo.
え？
Just, fantasy.
やっぱりエッチ。
Hiori grins, showing her white teeth. Hiori. I recalled her name. Tonight, every single second, the name of her who continues to exist as my Maho. Onegai. Yorutsuki Hiori. Why is the spelling correct this time? Why is the last name correct this time? I'm already at I'm pretty sure I'm already at MLT territory, but sometimes it's the correct translation, sometimes it's the wrong translation. I want you to carry us to that place, to the terminal station in time, as quickly as possible. I closed my eyelids. I quietly dropped the needle point of concentration onto my heart. The hammer had been caught. My finger is on the trigger of Maho. I command. That's all it takes. With just that, the dangan will be fired. As one who possesses the power to dominate this Yoru, even if still incomplete, as an improvised Yoru no Maho Tsukai, laying our two Suzoraku here. Fly the sky? I think there should be something else, but yeah, we could go. I whispered it instead of a spell. No complex words, no beauty of vivid images to behold. There's no such obviousness anywhere. What's here is a Suzoraku second to none, that's all. And that was enough. Yorutsuki Hiori, as the Yoru no Maho Sky, controlling tonight, I command you, become my Maho that soars through the night sky, the Yosara. I said it again as if whispering. I tried to project the also drawn in Hiori's heart onto the screen of Yoru. But in the yami behind my eyelids, I could find nothing. Not a single fragment, no image. Thus the Maho wouldn't begin. We were still sewn to this place, far from our destination. I thought it meant Hiori wasn't trying to expand her sozo as I thought. Though I dare put it this way, her had as I had commanded. Hiori. Oh, she wears green nowadays. Oh wait, she was always green, right? The one who's wearing red is Haru, right? Let me double check. What's her? Yeah, maybe she's the one who's wearing green. I don't know, man. I opened my eyelids. and look at Hiori's
ご
profile.
めんなさいタイガ。
Hiori says, intently while gazing up at the clock tower, the symbol of our destination, the terminal station of time, she murmured.
無理みたい。
Hiori let a single word slip from her lips. Muri!
ごめんね。
Hiori hung her head.
私はどうやら空を飛ぶことを想像するのは苦手みたい。
Huh?
ごめん忘れてた。思えば昔からそうだった。私は空を飛ぶことが苦手な魔法。こうしてまた夜の中で起こされるまですっかり忘れてしまってた。朝日さんからも空を飛ぶ魔法をその想像を上手にできるようになるよう練習しておくようにと言われていて、そのままだった。そのまま私は夜の中には入れなくなってしまって、だから大河のその命令を形にするのは、その魔法は私には難しい。
That meant, Sumari, if I were to choose an exaggerated way of speaking, a small hope was crushed. That's what it came down to. Though it was a hope I had selfishly held.
大河、
Suddenly Hiori called my name.
空を飛ぶ。この夜空をかける。
Huh?
必ずしもそうしなければならないわけでもないんだよね、タイが。あそこにたどり着けさえすればそれでいい。その方法にこだわっているわけではない。そうだよね。
I feel something stupid is about to happen. I feel like it. Hiori?
お願い、私。どうかタイガの思った以上の魔法になれますように。
Hiori said that, and at the same moment she squeezed my hand. It
あ
happened.
のね、タイガ、今度は私の方からお願いするよ。どうか私に力を貸してほしい。
That instant, a certain image flowed into my mind. It was Hiori's maho connected to our hands. It was, for me, it seemed much more difficult than imagining soaring through the night's Yozora, but... yeah! I nodded. It's enough. No, it's more than enough. The maho, however, possessed incredibly vivid colors and resonated with my heart. A clear outline and shared imagination, sozo, make it possible. The imagination becomes... The Susoruku becomes maho. The Dangan, the Jew, can fire Hiori's heart like a dangan. Hiori and I met each other's gaze and exchanged small nods. I allow it. I clearly envisioned pushing the Jew's trigger with force in my mind.
空を飛ぶことは難しい。だから、
Hiori whispering that stretched her palm towards the clock tower.
だから、
She clenched her palm tight.
だから、目的地の方からこちらにやってきてもらう。
Isn't that... Yeah, that's the logic for you know, like, the logic for time, space, faster than light travel. There's this one episode in Futurama where instead of moving the ship, you move the world. You move the universe to the ship. So I can imagine that's the same logic. Wait. I'm thinking about tonight's thumbnail. And then, as if pulling an invisible rein, she forcefully swung her fist. Then, it began to sway shakily. The ground, the entire town. This is a good CG. Toya let out a gasp of surprise. Toya and her tomodachi, who had been quietly watching our exchange, were looking up at the Sora. But beyond their gaze, the Yozora was no longer there. Instead, a star Hoshisora, there were city lights. The scenery at the terminal station at the time, which had been far ahead, was now approaching directly above us with creaking sounds. The city is bending and twisting, with the station grounds our destination as the boundary. Pulled by Hiori's hand, the town, like a giant wave, was about to crash down over our heads. At that sight, though it sounds a little silly, I couldn't help but think of a roll cake. It wasn't so much as bending as it was the town rolling up into itself. Oh, okay. The other faster than light thing to do. So the first method I mentioned was moving the entire universe itself. The second method is like folding space within itself. So that's what they're doing right now. Those walking in place, I looked up, seemed completely unaware of the phenomenon. They weren't pulled by this size gravity, nor did they rain down in pieces. They simply went about their evening unperturbed.
Origami.
Hiori murmured, her fist still tightly clenched. I do it. She folded reality.
私、折り紙好きなんだ。だから、切ったり貼ったりは得意。空を飛ぶよりもこうする方が、私にとっては簡単に思えて。
So that was why such a grand maho seemed to have been realized. Overhead, the town, our destination, was already drawing near. The clock tower's lightning rod. It had approached close enough that I could grab it with a light jump. Here, Toya, grab on! I picked Toya up and had her grab the lightning rod first, next Toya's friend. And then Hiori followed. Finally, it was my turn. The moment everyone had moved to the other side. Around and around. The scenery inverted. Now the alleyways were above. The grand station was below. With the force of inversion, I nearly let go of the lightning rod. Toya clung to me. With that jolt, one of Toya's shoes fell. Nervously, I looked down at the fallen shoe. It looked even smaller than a tiny bean. It was certainly a chilling height. Telling her not to look down, I pulled Toya closer. As Hiori unclenched her fist, the alleyways creaked and groaned, slowly returning to normal. Carefully, we moved to the emergency staircase leading to the clock tower's top floor. But there was no time to catch our breath.
列車が
Hiori pointed. Beyond her finger, a dencha was stopped in the station. It was the night's last train. Its jet black body, darker than the galaxy, let out a loud whistle once. Pure white steam spread through the station. I glanced back at the clock tower's face behind me. Only 1 or 2 minutes until departure. I had to hurry. Persuaded. Will I make it? Now it's too late, but I regret losing time messing around in the back alleys, not thinking of consequences then or now. I've been so sure that if I could shorten both distance and time with Maho, I'd easily make it. There's no time left. Let's look for Toya's friend from here. A wish for that from my Maho. Hiori connected by my left hand. From here, I want to look down at the bustling station and find the person we're searching for. I commanded it to become Maho for that purpose.
了解。
Hiori nods.
今夜の私は大河の言葉のままに。だから。
Then, with the hand not connected to mine, not connected to mine, curved index finger and thumb, she made 2 small rings. Then, standing behind Toya, and Hiori held those rings up to Toya's eyes as if they were glasses.
すごい望遠鏡みたい下の景色がすぐ近くに見えちゃうよ
Toya, even while surprised. Wait. Toya, even while surprised. She peered through Hiori's fingers as if though a telescope, searching for her friend. A murmur. A clamor. The wide station grounds, where all sorts of beings came and went. I layered Hiori, Maho, and words, hoping to pinpoint a specific person from within that crowd, but
いない
Toya said.
あの子ここにはいないよ
The person Toya sought was nowhere, couldn't be found. Toya's otomodachi grandchild, Toya's new friend, also looked around the station, but the person we wanted to find was indeed nowhere to be seen. Had Toya's friend already left the Hiori? Without waiting for tonight's last train, did she already depart for the next she chose? Did she once again forget all about her old friend?
やっぱり
Toya murmured, just as I thought. Yappari. There's no one who would wait for me. Her small, slumped back seemed to speak those very words.
仕方ないよね。
Toya,
だってさ、私たち今夜ここで会おうってそんな約束したわけでもないんだし。
saying that like an obedient child, Toya gave a small laugh. And then Toya said she was going
あ
home.
りがとう、タイガ、ひよりちゃん、そして私の新しい大切なお友達みんなのおかげで今夜少しだけ勇気が出せたような気がするよ。
Toya said that with a smile, but her profile looked lonely. It was a face I've been worrying about for the past few days. It was the expression I gazed at countless times within the landscape of her heart that I glimpsed earlier. A yaksaku, huh? Just as I murmured that, like a sigh, it happened. A loud whistle echoed. The last stench of the night, letting out a shrill whistle, and pure white steam slowly began to depart. And then suddenly, a certain possibility surfaced in my mind. Almost everything happened at the same time.
タイガ、
All of that to Hiori was still holding my hand to my maho tonight. Now, what I was thinking seemed to have gotten true to her. Hiori and I nodded to each other. Then Hiori closed one eye and looked through a circle made with her index finger and thumb towards that direction.
タイガの予想通りだね。
Hiori said, nodding at me.
トーヤのお友達、多分見つけた。え？
Hio-chan, could you do your maho one more time?
わかった。
Hiori and I nodded at each other once more. I said to Toya, who was looking up at us, puzzled. Nah, Toya.
何？タイガ。
You said not promising friends meant not meeting tonight, but it's okay. I found them. Toya's friend.
タイガ？それってどういうこと？
Yeah. Over there. Asaka. There's someone waiting for you over there, Toya. I pointed beyond the Yosara and said, Toya, I want you to remember carefully. You and your Tomodachi. The two of you did make a promise, didn't you? That's why that Kodomo is still waiting for you, Toya. Over there. It's the Sakura no Mori, isn't it? It's almost time for night to break. I look up at the Yozara. There were stars, a full moon, a dazzling night stretched out before us. My friend fell from the sky. I couldn't forget those words I had just heard.
今夜は驚いたよ。本当に。
Hiori, walking beside me, said. Her appearance was no longer a result of my maho. She was in her casual clothes.
いきなり起こされたかと思ったら部屋にタイガがいて、だけどそこは夜の中で久しぶりにトーヤにも会えて、いろいろといっぺんに起きた夜だから本当に驚いたんだよ。
I was walking, talking to Hiori about what had happened tonight. After witnessing the entire farewell between Toya and her friend, from beginning to end, this is where we are now. And in that course of events, I learned that Toya had friends. Many, so many. Now was so painful. There was nothing they could do. Toya wished to lighten the akumu, sprouting in the small child's hearts, using her own small maho. For 10 years, the work Maho Shoujo were doing in the night, in the Yoru, we're now taking over and carrying out. Not by taking crude, half-baked measures like I do, but more gently, more carefully. It seems Toya was always supporting the friends she met that way, all by herself, but every human is a creature that will eventually grow up. The time for farewell will always come. That time is always sudden. Even if you think that's fine, being forgotten is still terribly sad. Toya seemed to dream that if she could at least say thank you or goodbye one last time, that loneliness might lighten, but Wait, I need to pause. Need to refill the humidifier now. Okay, it's already 12:30 a.m. I really should have. I am just gonna finish the scene and I'm gonna go to sleep. So let's continue. I can't remember reading this. Toya seemed to dream that if she could at least say thank you or goodbye one last time, that loneliness might lighten. But in the end, Kikiku, for a very, very long time, she couldn't make that dream come true. Toya's loneliness was there. Even if people I wanted to support found happiness, even if they smiled someday, I could never join that circle. It was always like this. Always, always, Toya was all alone. I once again felt the small weight of Toya on my back. I felt her soft breathing by my ear, because it was Yoru, when so many things happened, because Toya was a little tired and had fallen asleep. Had the small dream she kept locked in her tiny heart finally been fulfilled tonight, with no regrets left behind, because Toya is my precious friend. So to confirm it once more, I tried to recall what happened just a few minutes ago. Why do they like doing this way of, like, you know, how to deal with events? We're gonna be like, oh yeah, so this thing we did earlier.
お友達が空から落ちてきた。
I noticed that the quality of art is not as good as compared to the others. It's like they had a different artist doing this. It's like their assistant artist doing this. Notice that it's not as good as the one before. Anyway, the person who hugged Toya said that with a smile so bright it seemed her heart might spill out. The girl who always looked sad, Toya's friend. Now a kind-faced old woman smiling gently. She was in the koen. The koen where she once spent part of her childhood, girlhood with Toya. It was that Yoru. The final ride that carried finished lives to the next, without even thinking of boarding it. That person simply gazed out at the Yoru Yozara, where the rain had stopped, waiting for Toya to come see her.
驚いたよ、トウヤちゃん。
Holding Toya, that person
ま
said,
さか雨の代わりにお友達が空から降ってくるなんて思いもしなかったよ。
She smiled with her wrinkled, kind face. In the Yoru, viewed from the clock tower, Hiori, who had found her friend here, once again used her maho to fold the Yoru no Kuni like origami. Quickly, as quickly as possible. I want to fly to my friend who's waiting for me. She delivered Toya to this place. Toya falls into her friend's embrace, into the arms of her friend, who spread them wide for Toya in the park she looked up.
大切なお友達が夜空の向こうから降ってきた。
That person hugged Toya and said it again, as if confirming something precious.
やっと会えたね。私の一番のお友達。
I pressed my face against Toya, who was hugging as if nuzzling a kitten.
ごめんね。約束を守れなくて。ひどいお友達で。ごめんなさい。あなたとの約束も、あなたの寂しそうな顔も、何もかも覚えていられなかったけれど、それでも
Oops.
ずっと会いたかったよ。長い間一人ぼっちにさせてしまってごめんなさいね。
Wait. We waited for the rain to stop. We promised that next time we met, it would be on a sunny day. We played to our heart's content. I wanted you to smile, the person holding Toya said.
私たちはあなたにとって本当にひどいお友達だった。
Always just forcing our own painful feelings onto you. Just constantly spewing out painful and sad things, using your small heart like a receptacle for them. Surely no one ever tried to give you even a single happy thing, because you'd smile and say, Daijobu. Because you let us lean on you, saying it's Daijobu. And our painful feelings became even a little lighter. That's why we never even tried to consider this child's feelings. Not even for a moment. But truly,
本当は分かってた。
that can't be right. Even if something wonderful happened to someone I'd always cheer on. Not only could I not even say congratulations, but I couldn't even be by their side. And that was lonely and painful.
本当はあなたが誰より寂しがり屋で。
Repeating countless goodbyes, and each time being
そ
forgotten.
の度に一人ぼっちで止まない雨みたいに泣いていたに違いない。
I, and all of us, must have known it deep down. Yet we pretended not to see it. Pretended not to know. We used your maho, your kindness, just so our hearts could feel a little lighter. We vented our painful experience onto your kind self. We let our sadness pour out. And sometimes we must have even hurled emotions like night-colored hatred at you.
それなのに用が済んだらさようなら。
No one would even remember you. Even so, you smiled and said you'd always cheer us on. Without even speaking the effects of true maho. That was awful. Lonely isn't even enough to describe it. That's why I wanted you to smile. I believed that I was different from the other children who had forgotten you. And yet,
それなのに私は忘れた。あなたを忘れた。あなたのいない遠い遠い別の町で自分一人だけ幸せになった。大切なあなたを雨降りの公園に置き去りにしたままで。
I'm sorry. Gomen. Words spilled out. I'm sorry for leaving you all
あ
alone.
なたのこと忘れたくなかった。いつまでもお友達でいたかった。嬉しかったこと、幸せなこと、そういった全部をいつまでも笑顔で報告し合える仲良しでいたかった。それなのにどうして私は忘れてしまったの？
Even though I should have wanted to cherish you so much. Toya's friend repeatedly apologized. I'm truly sorry for being such a terrible friend, she said.
どうして
Still embracing her friend's arms, Toya.
ねえ、どうして私なんかを待っていてくれたの？
Toya, who remained forever small, said that, her voice trembling slightly.
太陽の時間の中であなたの命がなくなってから今夜でちょうど1週間なんだよね。ええ、そうね。きっとそれくらいだと思う。80年90年そんなのはあっという間だったけど、ここであなたのことを待っていたこの1週間はとっても長く感じたわ。
I feel like I understand a little bit of how you felt, being all alone. Saying that, I gently stroked Toya's cheek.
違う。
That's not it. That's not what I wanted to say. Toya gripped the person's hand and asked again.
どうしてなの？私の大切なお友達、私はあなたのハッピーエンドを願ってた。 最後だったんだよ。今夜の最終便に乗らなかったら、次の切符を買わなかったら、あなたはもう。
I would never be able to leave this town's Yoru again. Yoru. Yoru no Kuni. This place is, so to speak, the midpoint between the other world and this world. All living things who live here have ended must pass through this Yoru at least once. This transit point was also like a rest stop before heading to the next. During the journey, one can set down the many burdens carried in their heart and become lighter here. Everyone lives carrying at least one or two lingering regrets in their heart. It is possible, depending on how one goes about it, to resolve all unfulfilled desires during the grace period given in this Yoru, where one has stopped midway. However, that grace period is only 1 week. Anyone who couldn't leave the Yoru even after that time would be doomed to wander within it forever. And eventually, it became a darkness that took root in the Yoru, literally trapped forever in the Yoru's prison. Their heart would fade away as if seeping and melting into the deep, deep Yoru. That was the true meaning of death for a life. Furthermore, the darkness wandering the Yoru often transformed into uncontrollable Akumu at the slightest trigger.
あなただってそんな夜のルールがわからなかったはずもないのに。
And yet, almost every light that awakened within the Yoru would naturally understand it.
それなのにどうして。
Doshite? Doshite did you cling to a promise with someone like me? Even choosing to disappear yourself?
私なんか忘れたまま次に進んでいればよかったのに。そうすればまた今回とは違う幸せがあなたの次の時間の中であなたのことを待っていたかもしれないのに。
Is it just me or the voice line, that the delivery of the previous line and the current line was like, I stole that happiness from you. Unless that was like her internal thoughts, but I'm a little confused. I felt as if I heard Toya's heart speaking those words. Oh, okay, it's their internal thoughts. We always wanted to pray only for your happy ending. But this isn't right. This isn't the happy ending I'm allowed to wish for. Toya pressed her forehead against her friend's chest.
伝えたい。あなたに伝えたいことがあったの。伝えたいこと？ええ、それをあなたに直接こうして伝えなければ私の人生に私の心にハッピーエンドだなんてどこまでもありえなかった。それって
In the embrace of her friend's chest, Toya looked up at her smiling
いろ
friend.
いろ思えばいろいろなことのあった人生だった。
Just like everyone else living in this world, nothing came easy, and many tears were shed, but
悲しいことも寂しいことも眠れないばかりで呼吸が止まるかと思った夜もたくさんあったけど80年ほとんど90年近くの人生だ。本当によくよく生きた。涙だけじゃなく幸せなこともたくさんあった。いっぱいの大切な人たちに囲まれた笑顔の多い人生だった。けれど
in that circle, only you were missing. Because we were always searching for you somewhere in our hearts.
ありがとう。私の大切なお友達。
Now I
目
understand.
には見えなくても、声が届かなくても、言葉を交わすこともできなくなっても、あなたはいつも私たちを応援してくれていたんだよね。
I think I'm gonna call it in. I have to work tomorrow later. It's already 12:40.
私たち以外にもお友達、東野にはたくさんいたんだね。
I really gotta end it here.
朝日さんにも。
All right, that's it for today. We're gonna continue on tomorrow. I'm gonna do Yosuke no Sora. I'm gonna focus on Yosuke no Sora tomorrow, and we're gonna do the alternating schedule, I guess. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload or Yosuke no Sora. Ciao. It's been a while since I don't have an ending song for Sakura Moyu yet, so I'm just gonna play whatever ending song I feel like it. Anyway, let's see you guys.
Sakura